Nick,
Yes.
it's maybe something I'm doing wrong, but your volume is very, very low.
It's very low.
Oh, now it's all set. It was me. It was me. Nick.
Okay, guys, we're live, so you know.
Okay. It's 6:30. Are we waiting for Rick?
I haven't heard from him either way.
Okay. And I think we've got our applicants here, right? As far as I can tell. Looks good.
Yep.
All right. So I will call this meeting to order. Just going to read a disclaimer real quick. This is the April 21st, 2020 Town of Scarborough Planning Board meeting. Thank you all for attending this evening. We do have a different kind of format here. It is a Zoom meeting. People can access this meeting by going to the Planning Board's webpage. If you want to view it only, you can click on the YouTube link. If you want to attend and raise your hand or possibly comment at the comment portion of the meeting, you want to click on the Zoom link. We recommend written public comment prior to these meetings, given that this is a remote video conference format. Directions on how to do so can be found on the Planning Board's webpage. Attendees are muted and must raise their hand to be called on during the public comment parts of the agenda. Please raise your hand only once it's time for public comment and not during the applicant's presentation or board deliberation. If the chair happens to drop off of the meeting due to technical difficulties, the vice chair will start running the meeting until the chair can return. And that's it. We are going to give a little bit extra time for people to try to chime in and raise hands and things, just because they might be fumbling around with some of the controls on their home computers. Well, with that said, I appreciate everyone being here this evening. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and hopefully Jay can help us with that. All right. Thank you, everyone. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. For planning board purposes, our protocol here is you can also click on the raise hand button feature that some of you may have on the Zoom side, but also it asks that you just, if you wanted to speak, just give us a visual raise hand so those at home or those viewing can also see that you're interested in saying something. Doreen, could you please call the roll?
Nicholas McGee.
Here.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Here.
Roger Beely. Robin Saunders.
Here.
Richard Dupere.
Here.
Jennifer Ladd.
Here.
And Rick Meinking.
Here.
All right, thank you very much. We have March 9th, 2020 Planning Board meeting minutes. If you've had a chance to review them, is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Any one of my planning board members like to make a second on the minutes?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on those? No? All in favor, please raise your hand.
To jump in, you actually have to do a roll call vote for each vote.
Oh,
So,
thanks for the reminder, Jamel.
you're welcome.
Doreen, would you like to call the roll on the vote, please?
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yeah, aye.
Nicholas
Yes.
McGee.
Aye.
Roger Beely.
Oh, no, I wasn't at that meeting, so I shouldn't vote probably.
Robin Saunders.
Aye.
Richard Dupere.
Aye.
Jennifer Ladd.
Aye.
Rick Meinking.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Doreen. Our first item of business tonight is the planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed amendments to chapter 405C, the shoreline zoning ordinance. Jamel.
This is actually Jay.
All right, Jay.
Actually, I'm going to bounce this one to Brian Longstaff, our zoning administrator.
Brian, would you like to kick this over to Angela real quick?
That comes later, actually.
All right, Brian.
Yeah, sure. I can take it, and I actually will be bouncing it to Angela in a moment. But as many of you are aware, the state of Maine mandates that every community have a shoreline zoning ordinance, and every so often the state updates their state guidelines for that. The last update was in 2015. A handful of communities have updated their ordinance. A whole bunch more haven't. We knew that at some point, or we're told it's at some point in the future, the AG's office would be mandating that all communities get up to speed with the 2015 guidelines. And so we're trying to be proactive and do that. So I think you all have a memo that was given to you that kind of highlights two different categories of amendments that we've proposed to make. The first category are those changes that are mandated by the state of Maine based on those 2015 guidelines. The second category includes proposed changes to address issues that we, the planning staff and code staff, have identified. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, we can.
So I'm gonna, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I know you guys have a lengthy agenda. I'm gonna concentrate mainly on the first section that I think is probably the more controversial and the more wide sweeping changes. I'm happy to address any of the other changes that I've mentioned in this memo if anyone has questions about it. But I really want to concentrate on the non-conforming structures section. That's always been maybe the most misunderstood, misinterpreted, misapplied section of the ordinance. As some of you may know, non-conforming structures are those which are existing but occur too close to the edge of the water or the water body or wetland. And in Scarborough, 90% of those we're looking at the normal high water line, which is the highest annual tide of the ocean, because we have tidal coastal wetlands. So with non-conforming structures in the past, we always had to keep track of the expansions that occurred after January 1, 1989. And the structure was allowed to expand by no more than 30% area of the structure and volume of the structure. And that was very problematic. So with the new guidelines, they give the towns the ability to allow the structure to expand by no more than 30% floor area, 30% footprint area, which is different than floor area. It's at the actual footprint of the building. No matter how many stories the building may have, you can expand that footprint by 30%. Or you can, you're also allowed to have a flat amount of square footage based on how far back the structure is from the high water line. So for example, expansions that occur within 25 feet of the normal high water line don't allow any portion of the existing structure to expand unless the whole structure is within 25 feet. And you can have either 30% of that structure or 800 square feet, whichever is more. And you can also go up to 15 feet in height or the existing height of the structure, whichever is greater. If you're within 75 feet of the highest annual tide, you can go to 1,000 square feet or 30%, whichever is greater, and your height limit goes to 20 feet or the existing, whichever is greater. Anytime you have an approved expansion, it's got to be recorded in the Registry of Deeds within 90 days, which is a great way for people to keep track of those expansions that occur over the lifetime of that structure. We didn't have that before, but the state's mandating that now. When we're dealing with reconstruction or replacement of existing non-conforming structures, for example, at Higgins Beach, a lot of tear down, rebuild type projects, we've always required that the new replacement structure meet all of the setbacks, including the setback to the resource. If it couldn't meet those setbacks, they had to apply for a variance, which again is often difficult and unpredictable depending on the case-by-case basis. State guidelines are actually a bit less restrictive and allow existing structures to be replaced. And they apply that 50% market value. So if it's damaged or destroyed by more than 50%, it can be replaced if a permit is obtained within 18 months. We don't have that allowance. We're much more restrictive. It can't be located any closer to the resource than it was, and it can't be any larger than the existing structure except as permitted under the expansion part, which we just discussed. If no permit is obtained within 18 months, then it must meet the setbacks or obtain a variance. So it's a little bit more favorable to the high tax paying property owners that have those shorefront properties. Many of those cottages are over 100 years old and will likely be replaced at one time or another. If it's damaged or destroyed by less than 50% market value, it can be restricted in place if a permit's obtained within 1 year. Although we can be more restrictive than the state guidelines, the way our ordinance deals with these properties now, it does place a substantial burden on many of those property owners with those large tax assessments. And we're going to see, I think, a lot of pushback in the future if we don't do something to make it a little bit easier for them or more predictable for them to improve those structures. Some other changes include section 15B, principal and accessory structures. You can read the memo as easy as I can. We no longer count naturally occurring ledge outcroppings as part of the non-vegetated surface areas. Retaining walls also are exempt if they meet certain specific conditions. There's some changes to the piers, docks, wharves section, some changes to the timber harvesting section. There's some interesting changes to the clearing and removal of vegetation. For example, many people are trying now to get rid of the invasive species that have taken over their properties. And many of those invasive species are very, very vegetative, and we didn't have any way to deal with that in our current ordinance. So the new guidelines do allow for certain removals. They place certain conditions on that, replanting plans and other things. In the administration, there's a nice requirement now for contractor certification for earth disturbance activities of more than a cubic yard. And we've also updated our appeals procedures to align with the main statutes. Maybe one of the nicest changes is a lot of additional definitions in the definitions section, which helps us regulate those terms that were not previously defined. Then we move into the staff suggested revisions. One of the things that we took care of, which was problematic, is we learned that although the town intended our stream protection districts to really be overlays, the way it was written, they were actually zones. And so therefore, many of the uses that we thought were in the underlying zone that were allowed were actually prohibited. And an example of that would be Cliff's Antiques building, which, you know, has been a commercial building for forever. And actually it's now in non-compliance because you can't do a commercial building the way our current ordinance is written. We now have made it clear that that is an overlay district. We also changed the resumption limitations to non-conforming uses to align with the state's guidelines. Another nice change that staff identified was making our land use table in the shoreland zoning ordinance more conforming or referring back to our zoning, our general zoning ordinance, as far as those land use activities that were the same and who the permitting authority was for that. So instead of trying to mix and match, it refers back in those places where that's applicable. It just refers back to chapter 405, our regular zoning ordinance. We also removed the sign standards that were in the shoreline zoning ordinance, because they were actually not updated to be compliant with the recent Supreme Court rulings. We did update our regular zoning ordinance sign standards. So we're just again referring to that. And then we also gave, which may be interesting to you folks, a lot of the planning board responsibilities, such as determining setback to the greatest practical extent and some of those other things, not the land use standards necessarily, but just some of those determinations that came to the planning board would now be handled by the zoning board of appeals, because in many cases, they're still going to be involved in that project in some way, shape, or form anyway. And it just seemed to streamline that process rather than bouncing an applicant back and forth between the planning board and the zoning board. I also want to mention that all of these amendments that you see in front of you have sort of gotten the initial or preliminary approval by the state. We've run them by the state, and they tweaked a few things, and we made those changes. So what you see before you, I think, will pass, final review by the state. We wanted to make sure we didn't waste a lot of time writing something that wasn't going to get approved by Maine DEP. So I'll stop there and kick it to Angela for another amendment that we're proposing dealing with culverts and bridges.
Thanks. I just wanted to bring up, one more item. And I know Brian talked about, this being the state mandate pieces and then other pieces that we've kind of found along the way. While the main purpose he talked about was about structures within the shoreline zone, I think this is an opportunity for us, since we're revisiting this section, to look at one of the things is culvert sizing. And it does talk about it a little bit, but we've done a lot of work in Scarborough. We've invested a lot of time and money in some environmental projects, including watershed management plans for all three of our urban impaired streams, which is Red Brook, Phillips Brook, and Long Creek. And we're also looking at future projects for some of our threatened streams that we talk about a lot, because they're in our growth areas. So they're in front of the planning board, a lot of these projects that are in these watersheds. And so looking at it, we just wanted to put an idea out there as far as if we've done this work with the watershed management plans, which is essentially looking in the details of the specific watersheds themselves and finding what the impairments are in these watersheds. A lot of things that keep coming up is undersized culverts. And so the state does mandate a certain level for culvert sizing. However, what we're finding when we go through these processes for watershed management plans is the state minimum is not getting us where we need to be in restoring these streams. And even DEP has confirmed that in many cases. They're usually our partner, or always our partner in our watershed management plans, and have put in there in those approval documents for specific watersheds is really upsizing those. And that's where this language that Jamel put up on the screen talks about, I know you guys have heard a lot, it's that 1.2 times the bank full width we talk about when we are looking at roadway crossings and driveways. This is a standard that many designers are already meeting. However, there's some specifics in certain watersheds that, since we put the time and effort and money into it, it should be referenced back that this is something that we would want to look at for guidance when someone does come in front of us looking at putting a culvert in. Right now, we suggest it, and the planning board has been extremely supportive in these processes. And we do come in front of the planning board to support these plans that not only DEP endorsed, but also our council. And so we kind of have that, but this is giving, I guess, putting this in writing so that it gives a little more of a heads up that this is something the town is looking at doing, is making sure all of our pieces align, and that there's some expectations and really predictability before they come to the board. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Brian and Angela. We do have an opportunity for public comment on this item this evening. If there's anyone here in attendance that would like to speak to any of these issues, you kindly try to find the raise my hand feature on your Zoom panel and try to give you a chance to speak. I'm just doing public comments right now, Roger. We'll get to the board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not seeing anyone weigh in here to talk from the general public. So I will turn it over for board discussion at this time. Roger, would you like to kick it off?
Sure. This is for Brian. On the non-conforming structures, how will that have any effect on the current Higgins Beach zoning?
No, not really. If anything, it should make it easier for people to remove and replace a structure. For example, remove a structure that doesn't comply with any of the Higgins Beach character-based, form-based standards. It'll allow them to remove that cottage and rebuild to a conforming standard with a little more predictability, I would say.
Okay, so basically nothing will have to be changed with that particular ordinance or whatever.
Now, the only thing that we're still kind of, I'm a little disappointed in the state's response to the situation about if someone wants to improve their structure by more than 50% or tear it down and replace it. The state has remained silent on what happens if they now, because of the new remapping for the floodplains, need to elevate that structure. How you apply a 20-foot height limit to something that has to start 5 feet higher than it currently is. They're not giving us at this point any guidance on that. So I'm not exactly sure how we'll deal with those situations. That would be the only thing that I can see that might have an impact on the current form-based code, but it's really more related to the floodplain standards.
And I imagine that change, should have come down from the state, would also affect down around Prout's Neck as well as Pine Point.
Any of the shoreline, yeah.
Sure. On the other question I had was on the stream protection and the stream protection 2 overlay section. You mentioned cliffs. Does this change give that property owner more flexibility as to what can be done on that property, or is this?
Yeah, as to use, it does. Because nobody's going to want to, for example, the Cliffs Antiques building, and I'll only use that as an example. Nobody would want to build a single family dwelling there. It's not, and the underlying zone wouldn't really allow for that anyway. But right now, the shoreland zone, that's about all that it would allow, and it wouldn't allow the commercial use, which is the more likely use. As an overlay zone, it would. But the way our ordinance is currently written, and again, it sort of got by everybody. We always assumed it was an overlay zone, but it actually, if you dissect it, it isn't. So we're correcting that situation.
Now, should this pass, just use the cliffs again as an example, would that property owner be notified of this change?
I believe any property owner whose property is affected by the zoning change would probably be notified, but I'm gonna defer to Jay on that. I'm not 100% sure.
Sorry, just takes a moment to get. Sorry, I was actually just trying to figure out, it appears we lost our chairman, so I was just trying to do some digging there. So could you repeat the question?
Sure. No, Roger asked if the property owner, like the property owners of Cliffs Antiques, would be notified of the zone change.
So we're actually not changing their overall zoning. We're just changing the, what's allowed in the shoreland zone. So we haven't done notifications to all property owners within the shoreland zone. Certainly the folks who own cliffs are aware of what's happening. I can speak to cliffs particular, but we've done our standard notification for zone changes as we typically would with appropriate advertisements in the newspaper and such.
Okay. I'm all set, thanks.
All right, thank you. Since our chair is not here, Robin, would you like to go next? Do you have some questions or comments? And our chair is back. Take it, Nick.
Okay, am I still okay to go with my
Yes.
questions and comments? Okay. So I have two comments. One is for Angela regarding the culvert sizing, and the second is for Brian regarding invasive species. I'll do the driveways first. When you had the language up, and you had mentioned, you know, the watershed management plan, and you'd use whichever is the most stringent parameter. I think we should reframe that language and say whichever is the more generous diameter, because when you say stringent, it may mean the smaller pipe kind of thing. So just food for thought with respect to the generousness of the diameter. And then with respect to invasive species, Brian, I think it's really important that we note that part of the reason that some of the invasive species were put on the shoreline were to provide shoreland stabilization. So, for example, the Japanese knotwood that is so problematic in so many places throughout coastal Maine is actually providing a very important function. And so I guess I would just ask that we think about the language in terms of invasive species removal to make sure that that function of, for example, shoreland stabilization is addressed in some other way. Thank you.
Okay. Any other planning board questions or comments on this?
Yes, it's Rachel.
Rachel.
First of all, Brian, I really appreciate all of the definitions. They were very helpful, as was the chart that you had in terms of what was allowed. I actually made it through all 60 pages. Yeah, I have a very basic question, I guess, and that's how often is the high tide line, let me see what you use, the highest high tide line, how often is that determined, and who determines it? What's the trigger for determining?
Sure, that's a great question. Maine DEP actually publishes the annual highest tide every year. They put out and it's all up and down the coast. So they have different points where they measure that tide. And so usually Pine Point is the closest one, and that's the one we would use for pretty much all of Scarborough. And they will publish that every year. So if someone's applying for a permit, they need to provide a site plan showing where that highest annual tide elevation is on their site plan.
Right, so it's not granular enough to say, here's what it is for Pine Point, and here's what it is for Higgins, and here's what it is for some other place.
Not really. It's I'm going by memory, but I believe Pine Point is really the only place in Scarborough where they've measured it. They have a couple other places up in Portland, South Portland, and south of us, but Pine Point is where they take the highest annual tide.
So how would we know if somebody in Higgins Beach wants to, Harmon's Island, something like that, wants to expand, work on the accessory building, something along that line? How do we know where that measurement is?
They use the same elevation. They need to plot it on their site plan.
Okay, no, glad somebody knows how to do it.
Surveyors all know how to do it, but yeah.
All right, I guess. So you say surveyors know how to do it?
Yeah, it's
So
not
would it
something
be
you,
helpful to have a survey signed and stamped by a surveyor on what that high tide line is on a lot that somebody has come forward with a plan to rehab?
well, that would be quite an undertaking, but the Maine Geological Survey actually has the last time they did it was 2015. They plotted the highest annual tide over the whole coast of Maine. And that's what it doesn't fluctuate by more than a few tenths of an inch as far as horizontal, where that line actually is. And the vertical elevation doesn't fluctuate by much more either. So on a map, a pencil line, is 5 feet. So it's pretty close if you use the 2015 compared to what it might be in 2020. It's going to be essentially in the same location.
Right, so in answer to when it's done, it's just every 5 years, 10 years?
Not really sure. I don't know.
Given what's going on with sea level rise in some areas, it might be helpful to have some sort of a time limit on when it has to be done, or when we need to know. I'm concerned that it's kind of a moving target when you say to the high tide. And where is that? How do we know that that's where it is? And evidently there are a couple of ways, but some of them might be significantly out of date. If we have some major storms and we get erosion, we could have some real changes. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm just posing how do we take a look at this? How do we look into the future? When do we look at it again?
Well,
And I don't expect necessarily an answer. I think it's a puzzle that we should think ahead of. And Nick has disappeared again. But I think it's something that we need to at least start now thinking about. Do we have somebody else? Rick, are you good? Or do you have a question? You're good?
Which Rick? I'm good.
Jen, you good? All right. Rick, Perry, you good?
Yes, I am.
All right. Jamel, perhaps you could tell us what you expect of us.
Rachel, I
Yep.
see Robin actually had her hand up. I think she has another.
Sorry, I missed that. Robin, go ahead.
That's fine. I was just going to sort of support and really, I guess, encourage your last comment, Rachel, about understanding how the high water line is established, because I know that our neighbors in Cape Elizabeth have had to go through this exercise very carefully, and I think it can potentially be, if we're not careful, it can be a litigious issue. So I just wanted to give sort of encourage us to make sure that we are very well informed and understand that high tide issue that you were just talking about. So thank you. But other than that, great job, staff, and thanks for bringing it to us.
Yes, thank you very much, and I appreciate your effort to remove work from our plate by moving things to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Cheers, and thank you. Jamel, seeing no hands, what do we do with this? Or Jay, whoever.
Sure, I'll chime in. So typically the board will provide an advisory opinion to the council. And so, it doesn't necessarily need to be a formal vote, but at least a summary of the thoughts, recommendation with further consideration, or what have you.
Does that come out of the minutes, or should we have a statement?
So typically, I think the chair will do a brief summary and then see if the rest of the board agrees with that summary. Is how we.
Right. I think this is wonderful. Nick has come on in time to give us the summary. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, sorry, folks. This is going to be a battle, I think, until we can meet back in person. I actually have a couple of questions, so I'm glad I got a shot. If it was answered in any of my absence, I apologize for the repeat. Couple of quick clarifications. Maybe Brian, you can help me with this. So when we get into discussions about structures that are seeking alterations within 75 feet from or 25 feet from a water body. So in my head, I'm thinking like it could be a camp, it could be a lake house or something like that. If I read this correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it says here that like it says the maximum combined total footprint for all structures may not be expanded to a size greater than 1,000 square feet. So is that 1,000 square feet? So if I had a 1,100 square foot home, camp, whatever it is, within 75 feet of a water body, is that basically saying that you cannot put an addition on, even if it was off the back end away from the water, or an accessory building?
I think it gives you the 1,000 or 30% increase in footprint, whichever is greater. So in
So you could
in the
still
case
expand.
of the 1,100 square foot structure, you could expand that by 30%, but by no more than 30%. If you had an 800 square foot structure
Mhm.
and a 250 foot utility building, square foot utility building, then you're going to be limited to that 1,000 square foot footprint.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Actually, I didn't say that right. You get 30% of the structure regardless of the size, because you get the greater number. Okay,
So, okay, whichever is greater. I see that. Okay,
whichever is greater.
all right. And then my other question, real quick clarification, was the earth disturbance activities of more than 1 cubic yard. And there was a requirement for a contractor certification. I can name a few gardens off the top of my head that are bigger than a cubic yard worth of soil. Would any gardening activities fall under this? Or is this just for excavation of additions or permitted, structures?
Yeah, the way I interpret it, it's for permitted projects. It's for excavation related to a permitted project, or a project that needs approval either by the planning board or DEP or whatever. But no, not your
Not gonna be
gardening.
tagging anyone for a nice garden.
No.
Great. Thank you. All right, that was it for my questions. Rachel, I'm gonna bounce it to you real quick. Was there anything that needed tying up while I was away on that?
We have determined that what we are supposed to do next is make a statement summarizing essentially our opinions. My question was whether it could come from the minutes, and the answer was no. So you came on at that time, and I passed the ball to you to make the statement.
Fantastic. I didn't necessarily hear while I was on any other specific language changes. I heard some tales of caution. I think Robin had some thoughts about things that maybe some language improvements that could be made. But by and large, I would say yes, Rachel.
Yeah, we also had a question about the definition and how you find or determine and how often you determine the highest high water mark. It's still a little vague as far as I'm concerned. Some folks seem to understand it, and I think we could probably puzzle our way through. But I would suggest that we get a little more in there to make sure that we know what we're talking about in terms of how that high water mark is determined and what sort of statement or official recognition of that we might be looking for in an application.
Does it need to be just language updates, high water mark as defined by X and X authority?
I think it could be, yeah.
Okay.
But we also, part of the concern is to make sure that it is updated, and that language might handle that. assuming that X authority keeps updating the high water mark, the highest high water mark. The issue that we had is that the high water mark, the highest high water mark is determined based upon Pine Point, which is fine, except Scarborough's got a pretty long distance shoreline and marsh line, and it's quite possible that the high water mark one place is not a high water mark someplace else. So it's a little fuzzy, and Robin pointed out that Cape Elizabeth had been dealing with that, so it's possible that we might want to take a look at how they're working on that or how they're dealing with it. Is that correct, Robin? Is that where you're going? Yeah. So it's maybe simply definitional, but it's something to take a look at.
So I am, just so I'm clear on this, either Jay, Jamel, Angela, Brian, what kind of statement in general did you want us to make other than kind of incorporating the comments that you've heard, or at least having the council consider the comments that we've outlined?
Yeah, so I think generally it's a recommendation, a favorable recommendation sort of with conditions or further consideration, which I think we've just heard. And I think Doreen will capture in the minutes and can make as part of the sort of summary recommendation, if you will, if that's the will of the board. Or, I guess the other alternative could be a recommendation to the board, to the council, I'm sorry, to not move forward. But I would sort of say those are.
Okay, so and typically, just for a point of order here, we don't typically take a vote on this. We just kind of send our general thoughts. However, with the electronic meeting formats, are we required to actually roll call out a vote on a recommendation?
I wouldn't think so, because this board doesn't actually vote on this item. But certainly if you chose to do that, that would be fine. But there's really, as I said, the ordinance seeks the planning board to provide a recommendation. It's not a binding vote on the matter.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So I think that said, I think Jay summed it up nicely, which is I would put forward a favorable recommendation with consideration, with the caveat that the council make considerations for the comments provided by this board regarding high water lines and some of the other items outlined. Is that fair enough? Okay, some head noddings, just like the good old days. All right. So with that said, we'll move on to the next item, which is the planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed zoning ordinance amendments to chapter 405 of the zoning ordinance. We'll start with Jamel and see where he wants to take it. Is it going to Jay?
Yes, and I'm sorry, just so I have the right order, I tried to write down my agenda. Are we on the zoning map amendment or are we on chapter 405 amendments? I just want to be sure I'm speaking to the correct one.
We are on number 405 zoning ordinance.
Okay. Is the next item on the agenda the map amendment? After the zoning ordinance?
That's what I
It is.
have.
Yes.
You're talking about the TVC?
No, the next one is, I'm sorry, the next one, I'm sorry, I misread here. I skipped one. Planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed amendment to the official zoning map. You are correct.
Okay.
To modify the boundaries of the town and village center TVC zoning districts in the Oak Hill area. It is the zoning map one that we are on now.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, let's see. This is an item that's being brought before the council. Before the planning board. That really sort of spawned from consideration around the public safety building, and the town, obviously, as folks know, are moving out of the current public safety building, near Oak Hill and moving to the new public safety building close to Town Hall. As part of that process, the town was looking to sell the property and start to give some consideration to the land area around there. And as the town typically does, we began the work with the Long Range Planning Committee to take a look at the zoning in the area, and noticed a few things that weren't consistent with where the town typically seeks to have our zoning, particularly with respect to the public safety building and the other areas that you see that are proposed to be rezoned. That there was a number of lots that have sort of split zoning designation, and those typically we seek to have our zoning consistent with the property lines. And so that's something that we look to clean up, what really was sort of a remnant or a holdover of prior zoning delineations, which measured the edge of the zone from the center of the right-of-way rather than following property lines. Also, really took a look, of course, at the comprehensive plan and how the zoning matched up with those considerations and realized there were some discrepancies. So this is really aimed at cleaning up some of that effort. And just also note that one of the, I think just getting back to the public safety building where the discussion began, clearly, as you can see, the public safety building property, it's in a split zone, the front half, if you will, being in the TVC, which is a commercial mixed use zone, and the back half being in the R4, which is a residential zone. So it wasn't consistent with the historic uses of the property as the public safety building, nor, as I said, with the comp plan. This zoning seeks to make those amendments. And as I said, looking at the public safety building, the Long Range Planning Committee really looked at the area around that property as they typically do. And therefore you have the proposal before you. That's what I have for you.
Thank you, Jay. We have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If there's anyone here in attendance that would like to speak on this from the public, I ask that you try to raise your hand on the Zoom feature. Okay. I have Mike Violet. Would you like to please just give us your name, although we can see it here. Just make sure that's you and tell us what your thoughts are on this. Mike, can you working on unmuting you here? There we go.
How are we doing? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hi, Mike.
Hi. Yeah, Heather and I live here at 8 Fairfield. We've been to as many of the meetings as we could discussing this. Specifically the one that Mr. Soley and his company was at, describing what they had intended to do with the property. I don't fault them at all, and I don't expect really what I'm saying to change what's going to what will inevitably happen. I think in this zoning change will go through. The town as a whole has let this area down. Anybody who lives in this neighborhood or drives through Oak Hill down Route 1, there is no room for this. Councilor Gleistein was at the meeting that we were at. She was very much in favor. She applauded the plan. Just didn't feel that this is the right location for it. The public safety building, and the reason that, as I look out at it, the reason that those people are gone, and one of the reasons primary reason that I understood that you guys had asked for funding and asked for a positive vote to appropriate funds or a bond or whatever the public sentiment was because this area wasn't safe because there was too much traffic. And the cars that were here and the cars that are at that location historically, they're there for 8 hours and they don't move. And now you're looking to put I don't even know what the numbers would be. If there's restaurant, office space, and 24 units directly across from my front lawn, that's traffic that's going to be increased, not only out there, but on these streets. And I know our neighbors have participated in these meetings as well. There are people that rifle down these streets all day long trying to take that shortcut. It's a problem. I mean, it's just despite the fact that I don't want to look at it, and that Jenny across the street doesn't want to have people looking into her backyard from a 3-story property. The safety issue that's here needs to be mitigated. And hopefully, like I said, I don't anticipate we're going to change anything, but it's nice that at least all of the planning board here can hear this, because we're going to carry the same message when this gets to council as well. So I appreciate the time and the offer to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Violet. And then I have a Jeannie Pillsbury with her hand up. If I mispronounce your names, I do apologize, and you correct me as you introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Jenny Pillsbury and Craig Pillsbury at 13 Fairfield Road. Can you hear us okay? Hello?
Hi, Jenny.
Oh, you can hear us?
Yes.
Oh, terrific. This is Jenny and Craig Pillsbury at 13 Fairfield Road. And yeah, we have huge concerns about this getting rezoned, especially particularly the property right adjacent to us. It's an R4, and making it TBC is, you know, making commercial property next to our home in our neighborhood. It's not safe. We all have children that are in this neighborhood that go to Scarborough schools. That's why we moved here years ago, was our kids to go to these great schools where Scarborough does a great job with their system, but we can't, you know, our kids can't walk across the street. We already can't get our kids to school in the morning. I won't go through the long, you know, we've sat through several meetings with folks already about how difficult it is to navigate traffic in the morning, get our kids across, to get our kids home from school. If we add another 24 units in our neighborhood, which is our neighborhood, so think of your own neighborhood. If someone came in and said, hey, we're going to rezone your neighborhood and we're going to put a commercial building right next to you, well, you know, that's not nice. It's not what it's zoned as. It's really harmful to our neighborhood. It's been around a very long time. It has lots of folks that lived their entire lives. It's just, there's so many kids, young children, the traffic. I mean, already currently, you all know, you all drive through Route 1, how difficult it is in the morning. So adding another 24 units and a restaurant and office space all together, plus opening up Ward Street down to the Eastern Trail, the new builds that are coming in there for the apartments, that adds more traffic. The new homes that were off Sawyer Street that are approved, and the Scarborough Downs, none of that traffic has hit yet. And then to add this on top would be, I don't even know how we'll get in and out of our neighborhood. It's a major concern for us. I can't even imagine adding that much more traffic to our. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Can everyone hear me okay? Can I get a quick nod out of the planning board if you can hear me? Okay. Thank
This is Rick. I can hear you.
Thank you. Just a quick warning, I think my audio is coming in and out a little, which tells me the connection might go on me again quickly. All right. Thank you very much, though, Jeannie, or Jenny. I have another attendee with their hand up. I have Kat Powers.
Hey there.
Hi, Kat. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. So I want to add a couple of things to what my neighbors have already brought some concerns about. The first thing and the most foremost is I purchased this property. I'm at Fairfield, 10 Fairfield Road, right across the street from the public safety building. And I'm a single mom. Moved here 4.5 years ago with my 2 boys who went to Scarborough schools. And one of the first things that I asked, and I was living on the outskirts of Scarborough, but I wanted to get closer to the high school and all the activities that we were participating in. One of the first things that I asked the realtor was, about the property across the street from me, public safety building. And this was before it even went to, that we were going to get a new public safety building. And I was assured at that point that the way it was zoned, it could not become anything other than what it already was, meaning it could be another business building, another, basically if the public safety moved, it would be office or something like that. It would never become what they're proposing now. It would never become a Burger King, etc. So I've got a real concern about that. And also, I just want to bring to light that the tax appraisals that happened this past spring or fall, whenever it happened, my property tax went up 43% from when I moved in 4 years ago. 43%. That's a huge chunk of change for me. And now I'm being slapped in the face with commercial property or potentially commercial development across the street that could potentially lower the value of my home if I decide to sell. So I've got a lot of issues with this. And also the other thing I want to mention was we've been talking about traffic. Route 1, if we come out to Fairfield, it is impossible to make a left-hand turn out to Route 1. There are, and sometimes it's very difficult to make a right-hand turn out to Route 1. So as my neighbors mentioned, people will cut down through Fairfield and take a left and try to make, out to Black Point Road. And one of the reasons why we purchased here was because it's a nice, quiet neighborhood. So there's like 3 different things that are going on that I'm concerned about. So I just wanted to, bring that to the table and make light of that.
Thank you, Kat, for your comments this evening. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else in attendance that would like to speak on this topic from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment for this item and ask the board to just jump in with your thoughts on what you've seen and have presented. Roger, go ahead.
Well, I don't know, maybe other board members are aware of this, but I'm not exactly sure what is being planned to go in there. I know it's under contract, but I'm not sure I recall exactly what type of, business or whatever it is going to be going in there. And the other thing I noticed, and this could be directed to Jay, I guess, where the new zoning is, where the current public safety building is, there's a little rectangular property. I assume is that a home right now? Exactly, right there, yeah. Is that a home right now?
So let's see, I guess you say right there, are you saying right sort of?
It's just above the cursor.
Just above the cursor, correct. So no, that it's shown on the map above. You can see there is a house there, but that's no longer there. That's actually expanded parking for the public safety building. So that is
Okay.
the parcel that's subject to be sold. To your first question, what's being proposed, as was mentioned, and I meant to say this in my introduction, and I apologize for not doing that. We did hold 2 public meetings or public workshops on the item, and at one of them was the team that's proposing to purchase the property. And they are proposing to reuse the existing public safety building. They have talked about at least using the fire department portion as a restaurant. I didn't hear any concrete plans for the police department side, whether it was going to be offices or what have you. But certainly they are looking to occupy that with something. It sounded non-residential. But then they are also proposing, in that as they presented at the meeting, an apartment building of, forgive me, I don't remember the exact number. I think they were looking somewhere between 24 or 25 1-bedroom units and a new building on the site.
Okay.
So we're looking at a mixed use.
Okay,
use out
Alon.
there.
Okay. Also, Jay, on Fairfield, right across from the current building, there's another, it looks like another, yeah, just below the, right there. Is that a home right now?
Yes, that's current. That is a home, and that's proposed to part of the rezoning to be consistent with the comp plan and consistent with following the property lines. That's proposed to go from the split TVC and R4 to all TVC zone.
Have we had any comments from that homeowner as to?
The property owner's been contacted and they've been made aware. And I had not heard back from them. I know Karen Martin had actually done a reach out. Karen Martin, the director of our Economic Development Corporation. And I don't believe she had heard back either. So they have been made aware.
So what was the consensus of those two meetings you had with the residents there?
Yep, so I think you've really heard from the residents today. But really, there have been concerns about increased intensity of use on the property, primarily related to traffic and the impacts on sort of the character of the neighborhood. I would generally characterize the concerns from the neighbors that were at the meetings.
The interesting thing about the plans for a restaurant there, if I'm not mistaken, that restaurant exit or entrance is going to have to be on either Fairfield or Westwood, wouldn't it? Because it's a corner lot. And it would have to be on the least travel. In other words, instead of going out on not to digress too much, but I mean, I'm just thinking about if there's a restaurant right there, wouldn't it have to be the entrance or exit be on either Westwood or Fairfield versus Route 1?
Yeah, so as you said, not to digress too much on that particular property, because that would certainly be subject to their proposal, but that we have certainly made them aware of the town's, the site plan standard that talks about when you have access on multiple streets, that the general direction is to have the access off the lesser street, if you will. So that has been part of the conversation. They have been made aware of the zoning standard. And that was talked about a little bit at the workshop, at those public workshops, as I mentioned.
Okay, I guess I'm all set, Nick, at this point.
Thanks, Roger. Any other planning board members that wanted to weigh in on this? And I'm going to make a quick announcement. I do see that there are some attendee hands up, but we did finish the public comment portions of this. So at this point, it's really just a board deliberation to give our feedback for the council to consider. But we do appreciate your attendance and your comments to this point. Rachel?
There we go. Yeah, as I look at the current zoning boundary, a restaurant actually would still be allowed where the fire station is. Is that correct? Not for the rest of the building, but for that, because that is in the area of the TVC?
Yep, I think that's, generally correct, yep.
So without any zoning change, there would be a restaurant and parking and people, lots more there. I think, to me, it makes sense to harmonize so that every lot is in the same zoning, that a lot is not split. The next item on this agenda is going to continue part of this discussion in a way by taking a look at the broader impact of buildings and construction and activities along Route 1. I guess I would have to say that I think the proposed zoning boundaries make a lot of sense, and that's the direction we need to go in.
Thank you, Rachel. I have Any other members of the planning board want to weigh in? Jennifer?
I just have a question along those same lines. So Rachel pointed out that restaurant use would be allowed under current zoning for the front portion of this property up against Route 1. It also looks to me as though a residential use would be allowed at the back part of this property based on the current zoning. Am I interpreting that right?
That is correct. However, it should be noted that the densities are quite a bit different.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that, and again, not having attended any of those meetings, Jay, if you did, and obviously, you know, what we've heard from members of the public tonight is about their concern for residential development in something that sounds like a higher density than probably what they're currently sitting next to. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that clear, that that there was some development allowed, some residential development would be allowed there today, and that the switch is just sort of increasing the allowable density. Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
Thanks, Jen. Robin or Rick, any thoughts that you want to share now? No? Okay. You know, I try to look at this in its entirety. I know there appears to be a proposed project. I too was not fully aware of what's been proposed out on that site, nor had I attended any of those meetings. But when you look at the entirety of the proposed boundary changes, there are other parcels here impacted, and those changes seem reasonable and and more in line. I would say, if I was getting nitpicky about something, that there was they wanted parcels. Some comments about wanting to have a whole lot be part of the same zone, which it looks to me like we are cutting off a pretty large parcel in half, and I don't know if we're going to end up possibly revisiting this again because of that. Maybe I'm wrong, or Jay could maybe shed some light on that really large parcel and why that one would be half zoned one way, half the other. And if it's just a proximity to Route 1, I get it. If it's, yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that parcel, that is the one parcel that does remain split. Thank you for pointing that out. That's actually town-owned land that has a conservation easement on it, on the most of it anyway. And so there's really no development capacity out there. And I will also note that it's one of the parcels that in the comp plan is also split. So so we try to follow property lines where it makes sense, but for sort of mapping purposes, this just sort of connecting the lines, if you will, seemed to be what was just depicted easiest, and was also, as I said before, sort of consistent with what the comp plan had shown for the property. Also recognizing that there's really, I think there's a little bit of potential development, potentially maybe just along the Route 1 frontage, but I do know that sort of in the area of the lot split, there is an easement on that property, conservation easement.
Thanks for clarifying. I guess my other question on this would be, it almost, and I understand that it sounds like there's a contract in place and it's under contract with some verbiage that this does get zoned, the zoning does get changed so they can develop it and whatever suits them. That's my rudimentary understanding at this point in time. But just looking at the geography and the layout, is there a reason some of that isn't a transition district? If you kind of look at the way that the rest of the zoning is kind of that darker brown all around it, whether or not, and if it was even a TVC2 type of zone there instead, what are the major differences between a TVC2 on that corner with those couple lots versus what you currently have there, which I see there's a little bit of residential and then it's TVC. So you could just tell me maybe what's a major difference with the TVC2 versus what's being proposed. Not to put you on the spot, but
Yep. Nope, happy to do it. So in terms of residential density, the TVC2 allows 5 units per acre, net residential acre, which my recollection is what the TVC also allows. So ostensibly, the residential, there is no difference in residential density between the TVC2 and TVC. There are some differences with respect to intensity of non-residential uses. In that regards, the TVC2 would limit restaurants or retail or offices to 5,000 square feet, where in the TVC, just bear with me here, there is in the, there's the limit is 20,000 square feet per unit. So it's sort of the, yeah, the intensity per unit of non-residential use is the main difference among some other use type differences.
okay. Thanks for letting me know on that. So we as a board have to come up with a statement and make some recommendations on the zoning boundaries being changed here. I'll, before I try to craft a statement that's reflective of the board, I'll weigh in with some personal thoughts on that. Personally, I would prefer to see a lower density project in that area, just based on its surroundings. This project, nor, you know, the projects that comes after it, none of it's going to fix the traffic issues down there, the congestion issues. I think that ship sailed. I'm not crazy about adding to it, but again, we do have to face the reality that this is a Route 1 corridor. There is always going to be traffic, and there will always be commercial development and interested parties on looking to build along this corridor. So I think, you know, it kind of falls on us to help provide some guidance to the council as to what might be, you know, beneficial for the town. If we did nothing and nothing changed at all, I think Rachel had a pretty, or was it Jen, had a really good point that half this district could already be used for what's being proposed in the higher density format. Again, this is me personally. I would almost prefer to see it go to like a TVC2, just to try to help lower the density numbers there. However, at the same time, you know, we have to acknowledge, and I appreciate the owners weighing in, the residents that live right in that, around that area, and are surely going to be impacted by this one way or another. And you know, some consideration to them too. Maybe it's not everything they want, but maybe a lower density, I think, would probably, a lower density that TVC2 zone offers, and a parcel like that would be better. But that's my personal sentiment on it, and I know this board needs to craft a recommendation. I'll take a head nod out of the board as to whether or not we're really just talking about the public safety building, and the rest of the zoning map appears, well, not just public safety, but let's just say between Black Point and Route 1, that section is the only one in question. Everything else on the other side of Black Point Road is, everyone's can get a head nod that looks okay. Basically, we just, looks to me like we're just cleaning up that zoning line. That makes sense to everyone. So the real question is, you know, as far as a unified recommendation, I think cleaning up the lot lines to the east, is that east? Yes, it'd be east of Black Point Road would be universally acceptable and recommended by this board. What we need to do is craft some sort of language for the west side of Black Point Road, including what would contain the public safety building. Any suggestions from board members on something there? Let's start with this way. Who feels that the proposed zoning district is fine? Can I just get a either a nod, a thumbs up. Yeah, okay. All right, and then, so thank you, Rachel. So, Roger, I'm scrolling a little. I didn't see if your hand went up or not. Yeah. Okay. So that's clearly a majority. So I guess this board, I'll craft the statement now. This board recommends that the proposed zoning boundaries as presented move forward the council. Plain and simple. Yes, and nods.
I just have a quick comment, and it may be a factor of my guess is that the maps as they've been presented here are like a snapshot of the town's GIS program, but just in the event that they're not, on the proposed, where it says proposed zoning boundaries, the label over the area in question says residential 4. It almost kind of makes it look like that. I mean, the colors are consistent, but the labeling almost makes it look like that entire parcel remains in the residential 4 area, which is not how I understand the intent of the change here. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I think I do. You're talking about on the plan set or the mapping that sort of shows, current zoning boundaries over proposed zoning boundaries. I see exactly what you're saying.
So on the second one on the bottom, the proposed zoning boundaries, the color and the line are right, but the label I think is a nod to the former residential zone. And like I said, you might zoom and pan, and that label might be dynamic and change automatically, but just in this instance, if someone had color challenges or this was printed in black and white or something like that, that might be a little bit confusing. That's all.
All right, thank you. All right. Jay, we're clear on that? Or Jamel? Oh, Roger, sorry, go ahead. You're muted, Roger. You want to hit your unmute button? There you go.
Okay. I tend to agree with the new zoning lines and everything, but I just kind of curious on, this is directed to Jay. Those 2 meetings that you attended with the residents who live in that neighborhood, are they fully aware of what constitutes the TVC zones and what could be built there?
So at the first meeting, I did a little bit of presentation with a zone comparison. I didn't sort of go line by line, but did a quick overview. Certainly those zone districts are available online and available at the town hall if folks are interested. So I did try to provide some sort of overview comparison.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious because, I mean, it's currently zoned for a restaurant in that one section. So I just wanted to make sure that the current homeowners who are in that neighborhood have an understanding, because that's what we'll run into from time to time when somebody wants to build something in the TVC zone. The residents say that they're not familiar. They weren't aware that this could be built there, So I think it's important that they at least have some knowledge about what possibly could go into that space. Even the existing zone, the way it's the existing zone. So that's my only comment.
Thanks, Roger. All right, with that, we're going to move along to item number 7 on tonight's agenda. Planning Board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed zoning ordinance amendments to Chapter 405 of the zoning ordinance. Jay.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is really a somewhat of a companion piece to the last discussion, as we typically do when we start to look at either the zoning ordinance or the zoning map. When we're working with the long range planning committee, we try to broaden sort of the scope and be sure we're looking at sort of all issues. And so there were a couple of things that were identified as part of that process that have been brought forward to council and now to the planning board as recommendations to think about. And so there's really 3 of those, and I'll work through those sequentially here. The first one is a discrepancy between the TVC and the TVC 2 and 3 zones. With respect to front yards for the developments on parcels with more than one principal building. In essence, the TVC district states that in a development with more than one principal building, each building needs to conform to the front yard setback standards. And you remember in our TVC zones, we have a minimum front yard setback and a maximum front yard setback. So there's really sort of a window, if you will, for in which buildings can be placed. And so in the TVC, every building needs to fit within that window. However, in the TVC2 and the TVC3, those areas talk about that in a development with more than one principal building, the maximum front yard setback applies to only the principal building. And so really, as a matter of consistency, we're proposing that the TVC be treated similarly to the TVC2 and TVC3. We'll note that the TVC does allow for that flexibility currently, but to enable that, developer must go through the plan development review process, which I know this board is familiar with, which has the site inventory and master plan process, which is required on lots of more than 5 acres regardless. And so really this impacts sort of smaller lots that might have lesser frontage. And so, yeah, that's the first proposal, is to modify the TVC to have similar language as the TVC2 and the TVC3. The second proposal, this one was talked about, again, looking at, this might get to one of the questions that was asked earlier, the differences in permitted uses between the TVC and the TVC2 and TVC3. Karen Martin, our economic development coordinator, had good eagle eyes and recognized that the TVC2 and TVC3, which are really are sort of the lesser intense, if you will, zoning mixed use districts, allow for motels and hotels, but the TVC, which is the higher intensity zone, does not allow for hotels and motels. So the consideration was that presumably if the lower intensity zones allow for the hotels and motels, perhaps the higher intensity commercial zone should permit for that as well. And then the final item, and this one actually has sort of a broader consequence throughout the whole zoning, is really looking at how we speak to building height throughout our zoning ordinance. So there's a couple of different categories here. One, in our sort of standard residential zone districts, which I, talking about the RF, the R2, R3, R4, R4A, those that we really think of mostly are single family zoning districts. The space and bulk standards actually refer to, under maximum building height, they refer the reader of the zoning ordinance back to another section under performance standards. And that section says that the maximum height of a residential structure is 35 feet. So the thinking is, rather than having people have to flip back 100 or 155 pages to find the maximum building height of 35 feet, just to list it as 35 feet. Seemed fairly easy. Now, the other change has to do with our mixed use districts. These are more contemporary type zones, such as the TVC, Hygas Parkway, TVC2, TVC3, Running Hill Road 2, BOR. Interestingly, the building height in those zones lists a maximum building height. It says, as in this memo that you have before you, I use the TVC2 as an example. It says 3 stories or 45 feet. That word "or" is the sort of the one that potentially causes the conflict, because one could potentially have a 3-story building and go taller than 45 feet. Because we don't say the maximum height is 45 feet. We say it's either 3 stories. So if you very high vaulted ceilings, it's an unlikely scenario, but it could happen. So the proposal there is to strike the number of stories and just list it as the number of feet. And then the intensity of that building will be governed by the carrying capacity of the lot, that net residential density, parking analysis, stormwater needs, and all those other elements that the board typically reviews through a subdivision or site plan review process. So those are the proposals and amendments that have been brought forth.
Thanks, Jay. We do have opportunity for public comment on this. If you are here to speak on this issue, you could just try to find that raise hand feature on the Zoom panel, and we'll try to get a hold of you. All right, I do not see any hands raised. I'll close public comment, turn it over to the board. Are there any questions or comments on this item for Jay?
Nick, I have a question. This is Rick.
Hey, Rick, go ahead.
The first one that we talked about, the principal building and the setbacks for the TVC and aligning that with the TVC2 and TVC3.
Yep.
What defines the principal building? Is it, at the main mall, for example, Macy's is the, or Sears, the anchor stores or the biggest stores are the principal buildings. What in TVC district defines, is it the first building that they put on the site or?
So we have, in our ordinance, we define principal and accessory, and we actually have a definition of accessory. So it's not so necessarily so much size. I would say, a restaurant, a standalone restaurant that's in front of a larger retail, those are both principal buildings.
Okay.
So, you could think of an accessory as a quick example I just thought of would be a gas station with a car wash associated with it, separate. That would be, the car wash would be accessory to the gas station.
Okay.
Rachel. I'm sorry, Rick, were you all set?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think we've had something before us and have it again that is affected by this. Jay, is the Intervale development affected by this?
It would be, yep. Interesting, this was an item that we started looking at, as I said, back in the fall. And then the Centervale thing came along shortly, sort of, and this would have impact on that one. Again, if this ordinance doesn't go through, then they could come to the board through the plan development review process anyway. So there's a way to get there currently, but we just thought, given the plan development's already required for lots of 5 acres or greater, that may not always be the best fit for the smaller lots.
All right, so yeah, Centervale, sorry. And in that case, as I recall, there's actually the proposed second building is actually pretty substantial, though not as large as the first. So basically, I guess that would be a situation where you kind of have 2 principal buildings.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
That building is going to be a separate office. It's a smaller building, but still a principal building because it is a separate office, not unlike the example I gave him a few moments ago.
So in that case, Jay, I'm sorry, this is Rick. I don't have my camera working, but in that case, would both buildings have to meet the same setback requirements since they're both principal buildings?
Correct. Unless it went through the plan development review process.
Rachel, are you all set?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Roger.
I understand how this would work with the Centervale Farm proposal, but it just got me thinking of what we just discussed, the previous zoning. Yeah, if they place the existing public safety building in that TVC zone, then the restaurant theoretically could be the principal building, and then the secondary building wouldn't have to, wouldn't be restricted in terms of setbacks quite as much. Is that correct?
No, nope, they would both be considered principal buildings. So in that case, they would either go through the plan development review process, or we'd have to look at what their setbacks are to, Westwood and Fairfield. So there's some variability there that we'd have to look at.
Okay.
But no,
Okay, all right. I mean, I have no problem with any of these, so.
Thank you, Roger. All right. I don't see anyone else. Robin, are you looking to comment? Yes? Okay, you're good? All right. I think based on the comments and my own thoughts as well, I would say that the board is looking favorably upon these revisions and would pass along stock recommendation to the council. Good. All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, item number 8. The planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on proposed amendments to chapter 405 of the zoning ordinance, section 7HB, for modifications to the historical properties. Jay?
yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are items that our Historic Preservation Committee has been working on for some time, actually probably over a year at this point, to make some modifications to the list that's in our zoning ordinance for historic properties. Essentially, these can be broken down into 3 categories. There are, let's see, 3 properties where the address is proposed to be changed. They were just listed incorrectly when originally established. Then there are 4 properties which are proposed to be removed from the historic list for a number of reasons. One is misidentified. A couple have been completely gutted, if you will, and don't have the historic value remaining. And actually, one is what was listed as a missing property. The Historic Preservation Committee couldn't quite figure out what was going on with it or where it was. So, and then there are 2. The last category is 2 additions, and these are properties on the Honeywell Road. I will note that all the owners of properties impacted have been notified. I know a few even came and met with the Historic Preservation Committee. And to date, I think my understanding is folks are favorable of the changes. And that is what I have.
Thanks, Jay. We have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If there's anyone in attendance that would like to speak, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call on you and you can introduce yourself and give us your thoughts. Thanks. Okay, I don't see any public comment at this time. I'm going to turn it over to the board. Is there any questions or concerns from our board members on this recommendation? Rachel.
Yeah, I think I see that the Ralph Timmon farmhouse is still on here. And wasn't that the one that we had the question where Aroma Joe is on the property where Aroma Joe's has come through or is applying? Yeah, the Ralph Tim homestead on County Road. And I thought in part of that discussion was that the only thing that was left that was historic of that was the foundation, and that the farmhouse itself had been reconstructed completely with materials from the 30s. And I was just wondering what the thought was behind keeping that on the list.
So let's see. Stepping back to when there was an approval out there for the daycare, if you'll recall, this was a few years ago, and I believe many of the board members were on at that time. The Historic Preservation Commission actually wished to keep the entirety of the house and the structure, even though it had been rebuilt. It still had its sort of, it was still had the same characteristics as the original build. And so the actual interest was to keep and maintain this structure. Where that wasn't found to be reasonable or feasible, you may recall that the applicant was then directed to offer the building for anyone to take and relocate. And barring that, if they weren't able to do that, then the applicant, and there was a certain time frame, they need certain amount of times they need to advertise in the paper, a certain time frame that need to be available. And then barring that not occurring and there being no interested parties, they were then going to be able to remove the structure, but they were going to have to contribute to a town fund for the future preservation of properties. And they were also, as you did note, the foundation, they were going to utilize some of the original stones and sort of make I guess a place or in memory of, if you will, of the Ralph Thames home. But as of now, so that was with the daycare that has subsequently gone by the wayside. That project's not moving forward. As you'll recall now, the folks who are forward with the same property, who have the, as you said, the Aroma Joe's, are proposing to keep the structure on site for now. So I do believe the historic committee, you know, they're very much aware of that. They remain interested in what the planning board's review of the Aroma Joe's is, and continues to sort of monitor that property.
So it's staying on there, staying on the
Yes.
list.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Jennifer, did you have something?
Yeah, I just had a question about, and I don't know, maybe, I don't know if you have any more information, Jay, or not, or maybe you've given us all that you have, but I'm just curious about the properties, two of the properties for removal, the one on Honeywell Road and the one on King Street. And the one on Honeywell Road caught my attention because we're adding two other properties there that, you know, so it's obviously a more historic street than some of our others, even in that same neighborhood, for example. And so I understand kind of the comment provided about, you know, architectural changes, you know, maybe a porch has been added or something like that. But that even before this meeting and before this property showed up on that list, I just, having familiarity with that neighborhood, that house definitely stands out as being one that appears to be much older than others in the neighborhood. So I just didn't know if you could comment on if you had any other information about more specifically why those are proposed for removal.
Sure. Well, and when I say that, so there's two that are proposed to be removed because of modifications. And when I say modifications, I don't mean just a deck addition. They were torn down to the studs. They completely, it wasn't just a small adjustment. Right. I have my note here. I was just looking. So 23 Honeywell Road was actually given the wrong address apparently. And so it's identified as the second Honeywell house, and that is actually number 39 Honeywell. So it was misidentified with the original list. So that's why 39 Honeywell is being added. And let's see, I think there was another question in there that I was going to attempt to answer. But no, I think I covered it. That's the
only other one I was curious about was on King Street.
King Street.
Again, quick.
Yep, 22 King Street.
Glance at.
Yep. So actually, that's one of the ones that the committee had the most discussion with. So 22 King Street was actually misidentified. It was supposed to be a property along. Oh gosh, where's it in my notes? supposed to be associated with 10 Jones Creek Drive. However, in discussion with that property owner, there's been a lot of work on the interior of that parcel. I'm sorry, of the structure. So a lot of that, again, that historic value was determined to be eroded.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other questions from the board? All right. Being that, I guess we'll pass favorable recommendation of this as well to the council. All right, with that, we are on to item number 9 for tonight. DC at the Downs LLC requests a site plan review for the Downs Lot 53 within the Innovation District, Assessor's Map U53 Lot 4. Jamel.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If you guys all recall, this project was before the board, was actually on the March 9th agenda, but was tabled due to the late hour. So since then, the applicant did resubmit revised materials for the March 30 meeting, but of course that meeting was canceled due to the COVID-19 situation. So staff and the town's peer reviewers did review the March 30 submission and did send along review comments. As a quick reminder, the applicant's proposing a 12,300 square foot building that will consist of a mix of warehouse and office space within Lot 53 of the Innovation District subdivision at the Downs. Just a few comments to go through. So the applicant's proposing to provide 32 parking spaces instead of the requirement of 38 spaces. The applicant has identified that the additional future spaces will be located within the gravel laydown area at the rear portion of the property. The zoning standards allow the board to reduce these requirements for parking, where it is determined that the project can be occupied with less spaces than is required. So the board will need to determine that the proposal can be carried on with 32 spaces instead of the required 38. If the board is comfortable with this, a plan sheet will need to be provided illustrating how the area will be modified to accommodate the full access parking spaces. And finally, the applicant did include modifications to site access and easement and an easement to properties across from their driveway. The applicant does not have control of these elements, and these modifications are not directly associated with this application. So staff does understand the interest and desire to modify these elements at this time. However, they'll need to be taken up under a separate application if desired. So staff has prepared a draft motion with conditions for the board's consideration this evening. I believe that was sent around earlier today. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Jamel. We have the applicant. Is it Mr. Savage or is it Mr. Dukas?
That is correct. Hi, my name is Will Savage with Acorn Engineering. Pleased to be here tonight to present Dukas on the Downs. Also with us here tonight is Patrick Dukas, the owner of Dukas Construction, Ryan Senator with Ryan Senator Architecture, Sam LaBelle with Acorn Engineering, and Dan Bacon representing M&R. So myself and Ryan Senator will present, and Sam or Dan are also here should you have any additional questions. So as Jamel noted, we were originally on for the March 9th planning board meeting. You may remember Sam and I were sitting in the front row, but due to the 10 o'clock cutoff, we were postponed. So we used the additional time to our benefit and to address, there was a number of relatively minor comments at that time that we addressed and resubmitted the application materials back to the planning department. So Jamel, is it all right if I take control of the screen to show the project material? Is that how you'd like?
Yeah, why don't you try and go for it?
Okay. So here we go. Here's an overview of the project as it relates to the overall downs. So the proposed project is comprised of a 1.1 acre parcel located at lot 53 within the Downs Innovation District. To the north, we have lot 49, to the east, lot 51 and 52. To the south, we have the pump station, the wastewater pump station, as well as further down to the south, the grandstand. And to the west, we have lot 54, of course. Jumping to the next slide. So what you see is really just a simplified version of the planning board materials that were submitted. So the project proposes to construct a 12,300 square foot building footprint with a partial second story mezzanine level. Of that, approximately 9,000 square feet would be warehouse space and 5,000 square feet of office space. The plan also includes 3 equal portions, equally portioned spaces, each with a mix of office and warehouse space. The facade along Center Street would feature an accessible main entrance, ADA accessible main entrance to each unit. That will be complemented by the required fenestration and landscaping in accordance with the Innovation District character-based design guidelines. Additionally, the rear side of the building will feature warehouse space with overhead doors to aid in the business operation. So, it was a big part of our project was to have the building along Center Street and then to hide the overhead doors for the proposed use to the rear. One of the spaces, of course, is anticipated to be used by the applicant's company, which is Dukas Construction. Dukas Construction is a locally owned Scarborough-based construction management firm presently. So Patrick Dukas who's also on, is very excited to relocate his business to this location. And then the other 2 spaces will be maintained as flexible floor plans for future tenants. The site will include an associated parking lot to the side of the building on the lower portion of the screen for the building, with 32 parking spaces in all. The gravel laydown area on the right side of the screen will also feature 6 parking spaces for the employees of Dukas Construction. And then we have also provided 16 additional parking spaces along the eastern fence line for a total of 54 potential parking spaces. With that said, so we provided the flexibility and the allowance for up to 54 parking spaces. However, we, based upon the latest ITE, Institute of Traffic Engineers, parking demand ratios, we feel as though the 32, and if necessary, the additional 6, will be more than adequate to serve the proposed use. Site access. So the proposed, so we are proposing some site access modifications coming off of Center Street. We are looking at shaving the proposed island back approximately 8 feet. And really the benefit of modifying the site access into lot 53 is that it provides for that 10-foot buffer side yard. As originally proposed within the approved subdivision, the site access would have straddled the property line. So it really wouldn't have provided for that side buffer yard that we felt was important. So that's one of the reasons that we have coordinated extensively with M&R to provide for this future modification to the subdivision document for the site access. Overall, when it comes with regards to site distance, the speed limit is 25 miles per hour, and there is a safe site distance in either side of 300 feet, 300 feet in either direction. We have also run the standard auto turn vehicle simulation to depict that a Ford F-150 can enter into the parking lot and can safely and easily enter into the parking spaces, and especially the one further to the east adjacent to the dumpster can enter into the parking space and then can safely and accessibly back up and pull out to Center Street. We are requesting a waiver to reduce the overall drive aisle down to 25 feet. And we feel as though the, using our standard auto turn, and for a truck that is, of similar size that Dukas Construction will be using, we feel as though that's the appropriate overall drive aisle length. It also provides for additional buffering on the bottom of the lot. We have also modeled in auto turn to depict and show how a 40-foot ladder truck can enter into the site. I do have slides that I can zoom down to the bottom here that show, here, I guess, first of all, here's the Ford F-150. Can you see that, Jamil? You can see the plan, right? Yeah, okay. So here's the Ford F-150 coming in, safely backing up and then pulling out. Here is the proposed auto turn for the 40-foot long fire truck, safely entering into the site, and by cutting back the island by 8 feet, that actually helps out with that movement. So safely coming in, accessing the rear yard, and once again backing up and pulling out of the site. So we did have two slides here depicting the 32 parking spaces. And then what we have in this second slide shows the 6 additional parking spaces to the north side of the laydown area, as well as the 16 additional that could be provided along the fence line. And that parking can be denoted with parking signage. So overall, as far as the traffic counts, we are below the traffic movement permit for what's allowed. There are 15 peak AM and 15 peak PM trips. The impact fee has been estimated approximately $11,000. With regards to landscaping, we are maintaining a 10-foot buffer around the property line between the building. We are proposing trees, native shrubs, and ornamental grasses between the building and Center Street, as well as the parking lot. To the south, we are proposing red maples, and then to the north, we are proposing to buffer with northern white cedars. All the proposed utilities will be built and designed in accordance with the respective utility companies. We have coordinated extensively with Goral Palmer's proposed offsite plans for the utilities, and have received the majority of the ability to serve letters from the various utility companies. With regards to lighting, we do have a series of wall packs that are proposed on the building to provide for the safe and functional access to the building, while keeping the overall site's illumination levels down. Regarding drainage, the roof has a monoslope to the rear towards the laydown area. The proposed stormwater from the roof will be collected by gutters and roof drains and piped to the subsurface pipe network. The parking area and gravel laydown will also flow into the catch basins. We are proposing that the laydown area be gravel, and to address prior staff and peer review comments, we are proposing that the 2 catch basins within the gravel laydown area be built offline with a 3-foot sump and with a sediment hood. So, the importance of that is when you have a catch basin system and flow enters into the catch basin and then exits, that creates turbulence within the catch basin and tends to resuspend sediment and then transport the sediment. So when you build a catch basin that is offline, from the upgradient flow. That helps keep the sediment in the catch basin in the gravel area. Furthermore, it has a deep 3-foot sump, as well as the sediment hood on the to trap any floatables. So with that, we, again, we've coordinated extensively with the surrounding grades for the surrounding lots. There's an 18-inch storm drain stub that we will be connecting into with our storm drain network. And then we are also maintaining a 0.5% slope around the perimeter so that that will blend in nicely with lot 54, 48, and 49. And with that, I will hand it over to Ryan just to go over the architectural. So Ryan, are you there? Excellent.
Yeah. Good evening, Ryan Senator here, the project architect. Will, do you have control of the screen?
I do. Yeah.
All right, great. So here you could see the floor plan of the building. So as Will had mentioned, we're divided into 3 kind of tenant spaces, each a 4,000 square foot footprint. Dukas Construction is depicted on the right-hand side of the page here. His space is set up as a kind of workshop warehouse with some office functions in the front. We are proposing in that unit a mezzanine, a second level mezzanine for half of the space, which is an office layout. The other spaces right now are just envisioned as an open shell. We're going to structurally engineer it so they could add a mezzanine similar to that as well. If you want to go to the next slide, Will. So the proposed building elevations, kind of a nice, clean, crisp building design. It's a metal building, but we've dressed it up, and you can see in some of the renderings how we've done that. Add some nice entry canopies, some nice signage to punctuate the 3 entries, and then a nice highlight siding material. We're proposing 2 siding materials, kind of a corrugated gray vertical siding material, and then a much warmer kind of wood look siding material that runs horizontally. Actually, well, once you go to maybe the next slide, I'll show it in actually one more. So it kind of shows it in color here. We're looking at 2 options for that product. One's a Trespa siding panel and one's a stonewood panel, but they'll both look very similar. So just trying to create a nice, attractive facade, functional and crisp, and hopefully a good addition to the location. But nice, ample windows, some good fenestration. We've provided the fenestration calculation, so I think we exceed everything, the zoning requirement by quite a bit. Once you go another slide, Will. So this kind of shows how the kind of materials wrap the corner, a nicely proportioned facade, and kind of breaking up that building with those 2 materials. Okay. And then the rear elevation. So we have a small shed area here for mechanicals, and then showing the overhead doors and man doors in the back. But those will be obviously off the main elevations of the building. Okay. There's that. And then the rear opposite corner. So again, showing the rear of the building, and then some of the glazing on the side facade. Okay. And yeah, so that kind of concludes the architectural portion of the presentation. So thank you.
Is there a slide you'd like for me to pause on, Jamel? Maybe just the site plan?
Yeah, I think that'll work for a discussion. We can sort of maneuver from there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. At this time, we have the opportunity for public comment. If you are in attendance, you can look for the raise my hand feature on the panel in your Zoom. All right, seeing no public comments at this time, I'm going to turn discussion over to the board. Rachel, do you want to take a stab at this first? I think she needs to be unmuted. Is that any better? No? Jamel, can you unmute her?
You got it.
Oh, she got it.
Got it? All right.
Yeah, my mouse stopped working for a couple of minutes there. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. I do like the architecture of the building. I have a couple of questions on the landscaping. Can we take a look at that again? Whoever has it.
Do you want me to put up the landscape plan?
Yeah, if you would.
Okay. Give me a second. My computer's.
Yeah, I mean, if necessary, I've got it here, but I thought the board.
Okay, there.
Mel, I think I can try to pull it up if you want me to give it a shot.
Well, let's try it without it. I've got it. My materials open to that. The boundary closest to the edge of the Innovation District. Your building is really the first building that's going to be seen. And I have now lost the screen.
Can you guys see this?
Your building is going to be the first building that's seen when all of Center Street is completed. I mean, for a while, certainly, given the dead end at the pumping station, nobody's going to be looking at that side of the building at that boundary. But when Center Street is completed, you're going to be what people see when they enter the whole Innovation District. And I think you're going to need some more robust landscaping along that side. I think there is space for at least another tree and some underplantings. So that would be my recommendation. I have a question as to why there are no street trees along here. Are there no street trees on Center Street? Is that what's planned? Somebody tell me.
I can jump in there. There are proposed street trees as part of Center Street. Those are offsite improvements that are being accomplished. So you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 proposed street trees along the frontage.
All right. Usually when we look at the building site and when we look at the design, we do ask that what we see is a street view as it would be when people were looking at it and the building was completed. In other words, we would pick up the street trees. We would see the street trees so that we saw the building in its surroundings. But you're saying that there are 5 street trees?
Correct. There would be 5 street trees within the esplanade, and then we also have a number of shrubs adjacent to the building.
Those I can see. Those are on the plan, but there were no street trees on the plan.
Yeah, it's faint. It's a little hard to see on the landscape plan, but it says esplanade planting by others.
All right, very difficult to see, if not actually pretty impossible. Okay, that's very helpful to know that they're going to be there. And what is going to be under the trees, the 4 trees that you have along that boundary right there? Yeah, where you've got the cursor.
So we are proposing along the southern boundary is where we are proposing those are the red maples at that location. So 4 proposed red maples.
Are you going to do any other underplantings?
Just a native seed mix otherwise below the trees.
And the native seed mix all the way around till you get to the pines up above on the north?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Yeah. Part of the reason we didn't have additional trees on the eastern edge was because that is a drainage ditch. And so we wouldn't want to impede the flow at that location. And it will also be a shared boundary, certainly with the adjacent lot.
But you are doing a meadow planting?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And we worked with, certainly with Aceto, Nick Aceto on the proposed plans, just given his, his having worked on the rest of the downs.
All right, I have no more questions. I was really concerned about the street trees, which still don't appear to be on your plans. And as I said, we'd like to see the building in its context. And that would have included the street trees, because as you are in the street level looking at the building, the trees would be there. I think the building is clean. I think I like the description that you have, which is crisp. I think it is crisp, and I think it provides a good, what's going to be the entry point to the downs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel. Roger.
Yes, I have a question architecturally. If you could bring up those prints. In particular, what I'm wondering about is I noticed you had the Trespa wood grain wrapping around one side of the building, but not the other side. Is there a particular reason for that?
Yeah, kind of a look going back to the last comments. That's kind of how you approach the building. I think we thought that was more of a dominant view, so we wrapped it around this side.
Okay, I do like that. I was just kind of curious why you didn't have it on the other side as well. I think the building looks pretty attractive as well. So that was the only question. Is there so basically just to differentiate it? So
yeah.
Because the other side is fairly plain.
Yeah. I mean, we could certainly look at that other elevation, but it was kind of focusing on this. I mean, you got to see how the wood. I mean, the concept was that the wood kind of starts at the sign, where the 3 is there, and it kind of drops down and wraps around, and then at the 2 it drops down and wraps. At the 1 it drops down and wraps. So I conceptually wasn't thinking about wrapping it the other way.
Oh, I see what you mean. And
see
the
what I'm saying? It's all kind of directional.
Right down to the bottom. Yeah, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It looks good. Okay. I'm all set.
Yeah, you got to see it here.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah. Yeah, it looks nice.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks, Roger. Any other planning board members have a question or comment on this item? I think I saw Rick Duperi briefly. Rick Meinking, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just went back to the photometrics from the last meeting, and I'm still pointing out that there is absolutely no light at all by your dumpster, and was wondering how you might be able to address that. Now, I know you attempted to lay this out so that you didn't have any pole lights, and you're using all wall packs, but I think there's a safety issue with 0 lighting that far away from the building and hauling trash out at night. So I would recommend taking a look at that. And the only other point that I have is other than the fact that I wish you had done 300 or 3,000 Kelvins, it would have gotten you the dark sky, but then you would lose your spread and you'd probably then have to put more pole lights in to accomplish that. So I respect the fact that you're trying to not put poles in on your parking lot. But see if you can address the dumpster. And then on the backside, just curious, your rendering shows 6 overhead doors, but then the floor plan shows 5 on, I think the one that is being occupied by the owner shows that it's only has 1 overhead door. Just wondering if that was on purpose, or was there a mistake, or the rendering from the backside that shows 6.
Yeah, we actually, that was a design element we kind of have been going back and forth on a little bit. That elevation change probably wasn't updated.
So it is only going to have 1 door. So you're going to have that 1 suite with 1 overhead door.
Yeah, I believe that's the case.
That is the case. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yep, gotcha.
Patrick.
Any mechanicals going on the roof? Is there
On
going in
the Dukas
mechanical?
construction unit, yeah, there will be 1 rooftop unit.
So how would that look? Are you going to encase it in something, or is it just going to be a big, ugly rooftop unit?
It's going to be a rooftop unit that's going to be towards the back of the building on the low slope of the roof.
So we're thinking the visual, like from that corner rendering we were just looking at, that it'll be so far back on the roof and down that you won't see it.
What about the people or the other lots? Would they see that from when that gets developed?
Potentially from the lot behind, they could see it.
Yeah, is there a chance you could throw up some sort of nice matching the wood siding, or maybe even the metal siding, so that you kind of, I know you need the airflow in and out, but those tend to get ratty looking after they've been up on a roof for a while, and was just wondering if maybe that was an option that you might want to explore, just trying to make that look a little better.
I think it's something we can explore, but because it's a single slope metal roof, they're harder to put screens around.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Sloping. Okay. Those were only my thoughts there, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rick. Rick DePerry, did you have a hand up?
No, I'm good. I think everybody else has asked the questions that I was going to ask, so.
Thank you. Jen?
Okay, there we go. I have a question about the proposed fencing. First of all, it looks like you're proposing chain link fence around the entirety of the gravel laydown area. Is that right?
Correct.
And then it looks like, okay, so on the south corner of the building, near where the little bump out to the building will be there. I think someone mentioned it being for utilities or
Correct.
mechanicals. It looks like there's a sidewalk adjacent to the curbing and the parking area with a ramp that leads into the gravel area, but that the chain link fence is on the parking lot side of that. I was just curious about, it seems like that would leave your gravel, your laydown area open to at least foot access. If that was the intent, that's fine, but otherwise, I was just curious about that. It seemed a little odd.
Yeah, it was the intent to have ADA accessibility to the rear and to the laydown area that way.
Okay.
Because we do have the ADA accessible spaces, the upper left-hand corner of the parking lot. So we would need a gate at that location.
Okay. Any other thought to circulation around the other side, so the northern side of the building? It looks like that's planned to be fully gated off and with no, fully fenced off with no gate access.
Correct. We, we traded that area for additional landscaping and not additional sidewalks or impervious area. And we felt as though by having the fence in line with the building, it would somewhat hide the fence as well and wouldn't be as prominent that way.
Okay, I only ask because the additional parking spaces that you're reserving are sort of in that back corner there. And I was just kind of thinking about how that would function so presumably those would be most desirable for that third, a tenant in that third space, but that it would mean if someone needed or wanted to access the front door of that space, they'd be walking the full length around the building. So just a thought for, I don't know, a potential gate or accommodating, the future for a walkway to shorten that trip if that was.
Sure. There is a proposed door through the warehouse space from the laydown area, but.
Okay. I think that was it for my comments.
Thanks, Jennifer. All right. Let's see, is there any other planning board comments, Robin?
Yeah, I'd just like to commend the applicant on a real solid package and for taking advantage of the time that we had due to the COVID-19 sort of delays. It's really refreshing to see such, I think, a complete application, not really coming in front of the planning board before. And for me also, it's really important when an applicant is asking for a waiver that you've demonstrated that you're meeting the intent of an ordinance. So I really appreciate you putting the auto turn simulations in. And I certainly appreciate you listening to staff about the parking spaces. I would also, I appreciate you also agreeing I should ask, are you agreeing to provide an O&M plan for the catch basins and the like so that we do know the frequency of having those catch basins cleaned out and so forth, Will?
We are. It's our understanding that for a project of this size, within the ordinance, it's not strictly required, but because the staff did ask for that, we are prepared to provide that.
Yeah, it's really great, and I like the creative uses that you've really put in here. I also agree with my planning board colleagues about the security concerns on the lighting on the dumpster, and maybe some underplantings as some others have talked about with respect to the landscaping. But I really would like to compliment you on the architecture as well, and just all the forethought that's been put into this, and it really shows. My last question is whether or not you will be taking staff's suggestion about putting the dark plastic coating on the chain link fence, or if it will just be bare galvanized metal.
We are open to providing the black chain link fence adjacent to the the most visible portion of the fence, which is adjacent to the proposed parking, the parking lot. So along the southern side, we're trying to obviously weigh costs, and that is a significant cost that way.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. All right, I don't have a whole lot. I think everything was pretty much well covered by my colleagues. Is there anyone else on this board that has a question before we head to a motion? No, okay. So with that, we do have a motion prepared this evening. Jamel's going to throw it up on the screen. I will read it. That way, everyone can hear it.
You guys need okay?
Yeah, you're gonna have to kind of scroll with me as I go, all right? And if I look funny in your camera, it's because I'm squinting and getting really close to the screen. Sorry.
I can make it a little better.
I move to approve the site plan project title Lot 53 Innovation District as depicted on the plan set prepared by Acorn Engineering, Inc., dated 3/16/20 with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. Findings: the applicant is proposing to construct a 12,300 square foot building that will consist of a mix of warehouse and office space. Proposal is located on Lot 53 of the approved Innovation District subdivision within the Downs. Property will utilize frontage on Center Street. Property is located within the Crossroads Plan Development CPD zoning district. Planning Board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the site plan adequately addresses the site plan review, zoning ordinance, and the Innovation District regulating plan requirements for site utilization and layout, access, internal vehicular movement, parking, pedestrian ways, landscaping, stormwater management, lighting, architecture, signage, utilities, and storage. Waivers. 1. Permit the proposed driveway width of 25 feet instead of the required width of 26 to 30 feet. Conditions. The planning board has determined that the particular building can be occupied or used carried on with fewer parking spaces than required and has reduced the requirements for off-street parking in accordance with section 11C in the zoning ordinance. Prior to any change of use, and or tenant on the site, the applicant shall provide written notice to the planning department for staff to determine whether the changes should be reviewed by the planning board. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall revise the plan set to include an additional plan sheet depicting the full designed future parking spaces on the site. B, only modifications directly associated with the property, eliminate the modifications to the easement and private drive across Center Street. C, additional lighting adjacent to the dumpster as discussed with the planning board. And D, on the fly, are you ready?
Yep.
The inclusion of a portion of black chain link fence. Can I get a quick nod out of the applicant if that is what you agreed to on the visible side of the property, the parking lot side? Yes, okay, thank you.
Correct.
This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department.
How's that read?
Perfect.
Okay.
Prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay the traffic impact fees, B, provide approval by the Portland Water District, C, provide approval by the Scarborough Sanitary District, D, address the remaining staff review comments in the memo dated 4/21/20, E, address the remaining review comments in Woodard and Kearns memo dated 3/25/20. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. Prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. That is the motion.
Second.
I have a second, and I believe that was from Rachel.
Yes.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this project before we call a roll call vote? All right, so I'm scrolling through on the sidebar here and I don't see any hands raised. So with that, I will, I'll call the roll out. Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
what do I have left? Robin Saunders
Yes.
and Nick McGee. Yes. All right, I show that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. It's a nice plan.
Thank you.
Right. Next item on tonight's agenda. Number 10, Developers Collaborative Pre-Development LLC requests a site plan review within Phase 1 of the Downs, Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. Jamel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this application was also on the board's March 9th agenda and was also tabled due to the late hour. The applicant did resubmit plans for March 30th. That meeting was canceled, as I stated before. And staff of the town's peer reviewers did review the submission and sent along comments. The board may recall the applicant was last before you in October 2019 for sketch plan review. So as a reminder, the applicant's proposing a multi-phase project that will include the construction of 2 4-story residential buildings. Each proposed building will consist of approximately 39 affordable senior housing units, and the project's located along the Scarborough Downs Road within Phase 1 of the mixed residential development. So just a few comments to go through. Staff has continued to note that the site plan and zoning standards do require principal buildings to be oriented in a way that is compatible with neighboring structures and the development pattern in the vicinity of the project. These standards also require the buildings to be positioned in a way to provide an aesthetic and functional relationship with the surrounding streets and sidewalks. So to this end, staff has continued to recommend that the applicant modify the design of the building to include entrances facing Scarborough Downs Road, as this design would be more compatible to the existing development along the roadway and provide for a more functional relationship with the roadway. Staff also has continued to recommend that the applicant extend the sidewalk along the Scarborough Downs Road to connect to the southern resident terrace. This would also support a design that seeks to actively engage the proposed buildings with the street and pedestrian network, again, similar to the existing development along the Downs Road. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Angela to provide some comments on the elements located between the travelway and the proposed buildings.
Thanks. One of the comments that staff has repeatedly had, and I'm going to change the grading plan real quick, is really the relationship between the roadway and the building, and wanting to have everything obviously close, but also realizing there's a lot of utilities in there, and then also adding another utility, adding a stormwater BMP in that mix, as well as sidewalks. So it's going to be a very tight area to accommodate a lot of needs, I will say, in that very small space. So the last comment I think I made was related to just providing a cross section, because we want to make sure that as you come off that sidewalk, you're not at a steep slope down into a BMP. While those are not deep, I totally get that. It is also, though, could be a slope right off the back of that sidewalk. So I just wanted to make sure we get a cross section to be able to see how all those things fit in, as well as, again, gas and other utilities underneath, as well as there's overhead in that area above for electric. So for a very tight space, there's a lot of need in there, and just want to make sure that that gets laid out, say before the foundation goes in of that building, because then we're squeezed and are limited on space. And so we have to make sure we can accommodate all that. And if the need in the field happens where maybe that building needs to inch back, and it could be inches, it could be because everything's so tight, a matter of inches can make a big difference. And so that was that final, I guess, comment, is just making sure that we have really looked at all the things in that small, tight space. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Angela. All right, do we have the applicant here? Mr. Bacon?
Mr. Bushy is actually doing the presentation. I'm here to answer Dan's questions if there are any, but I'm going to turn it to Steve for his presentation.
Thanks, Dan. Mr. Bushy?
Hi there. Do you have me all right?
Yes, we do.
All right. Thank you. I'm curious, who's the honorary member who seems to be joining Robin every once in a while? The little cat that goes by the screen.
He really likes to Zoom, Steve. He's really taken to the COVID-19 things.
Jamel, I have some slides to go through, if that would be fine by the group. So I'm here, Dan is here, obviously, on behalf of M&R, and Laura Reading should have joined us as well. I can't tell if she has joined. Jamel? I know you were able to show Ryan and Will previously.
There you go.
There you go.
Thanks, guys.
Great. And so sharing screen here. I just need to press the share button.
Yep, you do share screen and then you choose the window you want to share. There you go.
So here is just, I'm going to go through a series of slides. You folks are familiar where this particular little over 2-acre site is, closest to the Route 1 side of the Downs project. So as you come in off of US Route 1, a little triangular wedge of property that is a bit of a remnant piece relative to the rest of the Downs. But we feel it's relatively suitable for the proposed use of a couple of senior level apartment buildings. So folks accessing the property will turn left as they're coming in off of Route 1 through, there's a couple of divider islands already that have been recently constructed in the Downs access road. Turn left into the site. We have a single access point into in between two buildings and then into a parking lot. So this just gives you a sense. You folks, I'm sure, have seen these drawings, but we're basically here at the south end of the property. Here is just a blow up of the property boundary plan, and it's broken into 2 lots. There will be a phase 1 lot that you see here at 1.2 acres, and then basically a phase 2 lot for the second building, a little under 1 acre in size. Again, I pointed out, here's the access point in between a couple of existing now divider islands in the Downs access road, taking a left in. You'll know that there is a 15-foot piece of land that is being retained by the Downs ownership. And there are easement rights and so forth in that. We are looking to retain effectively as much vegetation as we can. I can show you a photograph of that later on within that area, just to provide some separation to the folks over in the Enterprise Business Park. Here's the site plan that you just saw a moment ago. Is showing the phase 1 building here with 39 units, 4-story building, pitched roof. We have an access drive that comes into a parking lot with all of our parking being effectively to the backside of these buildings. I know we'll talk more about the buildings and their representation to the Downs access road and what we've currently gotten designed. We know that there are staff comments in regards to connectivity and the placement of access doorway. These buildings are basically mirrors of each other with 39 units, doors on each end, and then a main entry door facing the parking lot. You're seeing a bit of a darker color here, sidewalks, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, in a moment as an outcome of the staff comments. Key piece to our parking lot designs is that we're using porous asphalt pavement as our primary stormwater management measures. So that porous pavement will allow and capture stormwater runoff from the parking lots to go down through, be treated, and then be controlled to a certain extent before discharging off into the corner here or over to the south end of the site. You'll know we have some terrace areas here on the south end to benefit the first building, and then another terrace on the far north end of the site benefiting the second phase building. Key piece to the layout of the parking lot is something that is a little bit different than what you saw at our first go around last fall, and that is the development of a parking lot on the north end of the building. Previously, it had been on the south end of the phase 2 building. What has happened is that this site's probably more unique than the rest in the Downs, in that there are overhead utility lines that go along the frontage of this particular piece of property. And because of that, the fire department has said that they would like to have improved access from not only the main access into the site, but the parking lots to the rear and then to the third side of each of these buildings. Hence, we do have some pavement here on this south end of phase 1 and then to the north end of phase 2. And that is allowing the fire department their access for their fire trucks because they can't really access the buildings off of the Downs access road with their ladder truck simply because of the overhead wires effectively blocking that opportunity for their use of a ladder truck to gain access to the building. So that's kind of a fundamental piece in terms of the layout. You'll note here that we have a sidewalk system, not only along our parking lot side and to these ends. That sidewalk will extend to the north where the bus stop is located just outside of here up in the corner. You'll see it in the match line, but the bus stop that's planned with a crosswalk across the Downs access road is to the north of us. So we have provided that sidewalk piece. We know that the staff has suggested in a comment that they'd like to have a sidewalk extend further to the south to this terrace area here, and we can talk about that a little bit more. We're interested in hearing planning board's perspective on that. And our position is that we've tried to orient things to the north where folks can access to the bus stop since there is no sidewalk south of our site. Our next drawing here is really the grading and drainage drawing, again emphasizing the use as the primary BMP for stormwater management of porous asphalt, which will be effectively positioned in all of the parking spaces. Staff and Angela just made light of the comment about the placement of some biocells along the front of our building and recognizing that there are utilities there, and as well staff's comment about street tree placement. We're in the process of where we will modify these biocells in the BMPs to treat these areas and basically eliminate those, substitute a different BMP. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be. We're going to plant the street trees in that zone between the curb and the buildings. We have to be set back from the overhead lines, certainly. And there's a gas line that was installed just behind the curb, making it a little challenge to put those street trees there. So we'll free up that space by removing the biocells in there and putting the street trees ultimately. This is the landscape plan that I've just brought up from ALA. This plan reflected some earlier comments. For example, some street trees or driveway trees, I'll say, along each side of the entrance. The schedule here shows a fair number of plantings, tree plantings, deciduous and evergreen. But what we will be providing you in a subsequent submission will be the replacement of the biocells along each face of the building with a series of street trees, which I think you folks have seen in the past as part of a master plan presentation. And we will, in effect, get those trees now positioned along the face of each of these buildings facing the street. So I think that'll hopefully address one of the significant comments from staff. Again, I'll point out to the west side of the site, our objective there is to retain as many of the existing trees, mature trees that are already in that zone to provide a buffer between this site and the neighboring site in the Enterprise Business Park. One of the other things that we're also looking at with respect to the building, in particular the phase 1 building, and that is the main entrance, as I said earlier, is here on the west side of the building, and that is away from the Downs access road. Staff has made the comment now a couple of times of trying to introduce a door opening and hallway to face the Downs access road. And the challenge being there is that that will make these buildings a little bit larger and longer. And we'd like to be able to retain the shape that they are currently in, particularly because they do have 3-sided access now. And one of the things that we're looking at is the idea perhaps fundamentally of rotating the terrace here to pick up perhaps 5 feet or so. So the terrace might run more lengthwise along this end of the building. And if we can pick up a little bit of space here, we're looking at trying to perhaps modify the elevation with the door on this end of the building to activate a little bit more, make it a little bit more lively and inviting for those who will be accessing the sidewalks going back and forth to the north and to the bus stop and to the Greater Downs area and sidewalk system. And so that's an architectural piece that we're looking at. So we might shift this building 5 feet, rotate the terrace, gain ourselves some ability to do a little bit more enhancement in terms of a more inviting sense on this north end of the Phase 1 building. Here are the building elevations. 4-story, as I said, basically we have 9 units, single 1-bedroom units on the ground floor, and then floors 2 through 4 have 10 units apiece, so a total of 39 in each building, pitched roofs. You'll see at the lower ground level floor a single shingle type siding effect. The west elevation shows double set of doors, south and north elevation showing single doors. In that north elevation that I was just referencing, looking to try to maybe enhance this area here on this north elevation, perhaps a little bit more with either the canopy that is over the door or some framework around the door to make that bounce out a little bit more than it currently does. The east side facing the Downs Road, what is likely to happen is that the tree plantings for the street trees, I would expect might be in line with each of these kind of openings in between the sets and series of windows. So a tree, maybe 5 or 6 trees in between these spaces. But I'm going to let Nick Aceto really work with that. He'll bring that to the next round of plan submission that we make to you folks. And finally, here is just a stormwater management plan. If we need to talk to that point at all here tonight, I have the plan. We can talk to that. Again, I thought I'd just share the floor plan for at least the first floor. This has the 9 units. So the entry lobby facing the driveways, or excuse me, the parking lots, come into a community space. We have elevator, central hallway going to each end of the building, and then you can see the layout of each of the 1-bedroom units. And then as you get to the 2nd through 4th floors, there's an additional unit that basically takes up this interior area that is lost in the ground floor. And here's just one particular image to give you a sense of those trees that we're trying to maintain to the back of the lot, because those provide a nice buffer. There's a fair amount of them that are in the 15-foot zone that is being retained by M&R. And then a number of them that are on the adjoining property as well, as probably a good 8 to 10 foot width of trees that are on the other property. So in the summer condition, you can see there's a reasonably decent buffer there. This picture also does show you as well, though, the existing or new utility poles that were installed right along the street front. So that would conclude my piece. We can come back to any of these. I know you have the same images, Jamal, so however you'd like to handle keeping these up on the screen or just going back to the board and begin some discussion.
Yeah, if I could just jump in. If you want to leave these up, I think that might be best, and then you can sort of toggle to which sheets folks are talking about. That works for you, Mr. Chair?
Yes. All right. So we have an opportunity for public comment on this. If there's anyone here in attendance that wants to speak on this issue, please just use the raise my hand feature on Zoom. We'll give you a call on and have you speak. Okay, I don't see any public comment on this, so I'm going to turn it over to the board for discussion. I'll start on this one. How's that? So, couple of notes. Steve, I appreciate the thought behind the enhanced side entry for as far as the elevations go and the architecture for that. I think that would be helpful. And I know a big issue right now is probably the sidewalks, and I do, looking at the site plan, the general, knowing what's coming down into the center, how walkable this area is intended to be, I feel like a sidewalk going to the north part of this is essential. I think that's going to be important for all of the movement, not just traffic, but pedestrian movement throughout the property. Give it kind of a uniform look, and we do want to encourage people to, you know, if they live in these units, to take the walk rather than take a ride down to the center, where hopefully there's going to be some great commercial activity going on for the residents to enjoy. The front elevations, I do agree with staff. I think something has to be done with that. I think it, based on everything else you see in the Scarborough Downs property, they do have forward-facing entryways, doors, and I don't want to see something kind of misaligned with the character of what we have going on in there, because I think what's going on in there is quite, you know, it's special. It looks good and it's coming along nicely. So I'd like to maintain that character. Do you feel you have enough parking spaces, Steve?
I think we do, given the fact that this is a senior housing, and what we're showing, we have 78 units, and if they were to have all the ADA units that they can have and are allocated, we would be down at a parking supply of 81 parking spaces for the 78 units. So not a lot of excess, does meet the code. If they don't have as many ADA units, we could potentially have as many as 89 parking spaces. I guess I'd say on behalf of the number of projects that I've done with Developers Collaborative, particularly senior level housing developments, their parking ratios are very often well below 1 per unit, because they just have, a lot of the seniors may not have a vehicle. So we feel pretty comfortable about that. If it was more of a mixed type of representation in terms of the occupants, maybe that would change, but by and large, because this is going to be senior housing, and Laura, correct me if I'm misstating anything here, but we're feeling okay about the parking count.
So, given that it is senior housing, I mean, do you have is there a ratio you use for the ADA designations? I mean, I got to believe there's probably a higher portion of ADA designations within a senior housing population than a typical apartment complex. I think my point being, what percent typically qualify for, or even if you have a rough idea, for a handicap placard for parking? Because what I suppose it looks like we're reserving some spots, but I worry 50% of the people in there may have placards, and I wonder if, rather than having an excessive amount of those spaces designated as such, if you had fewer or the minimum, and then had more parking spaces available close up for what I can assume is probably people that want to park closer, if that would actually be a better strategy. Just a thought.
Our ADA count total would be 30 ADA spaces, and those take up some amount with the shared ADA loading zone between those spaces. You lose the ability to have a regular space.
Right.
So while we get a little reduction there. If they were to use all 30 units, I think it's 15 units per building, could be potentially ADA.
So you have reduced it to a point where you're comfortable.
Right.
Okay. And then as far as what Angela kind of led in with, you and the team, fully expect to kind of address those concerns that she's outlined as far as how that's all going to work. It sounds like it's going to be an incredibly busy area to work in. Do you feel like you have a comfortable plan to addressing those concerns from the engineer's perspective?
Yeah, the biocells will basically be replaced by a more consolidated BMP measure. It's likely to be probably a focal point type of unit or something like that. That'll just take up a certain zone. The grading will get softened up a little bit. She made mention of the fact that the biocell might feel a little steep, and that's why she was interested in the cross section. I understand that. So by removing the biofilter design through there and just basically having the street trees, that'll be a lawn area with street trees, and in one corner or another there will be the BMP for the water quality pieces. It's just a matter of, we have to meet the standards for stormwater management and treating over 80% of our developed area. So those biofilters were really there to treat a fairly sizable, or not sizable, but an area of lawn and landscape that needs to have treatment to meet the numbers. And so we'll just have to do a little tweaking in terms of the design measure.
Okay. And looks like you're utilizing the vast majority of this lot. Do you have snow storage concerns?
We have some snow storage provisions here off into the corners. I guess my modest experience, having designed a couple of parking lots now with the porous pavement piece, that's a relatively nice benefit of porous pavement that we find. It helps a lot with snow and dealing with snow, because it'll melt very fast. And I know that there's a staff comment in regards to a salt management plan. So we need to provide staff with some type of written document about how we're going to manage that. I think there's been some concerns represented perhaps from DEP and others about chlorides and the watersheds that we're in and so forth. So I think we have to come up with some documentation on that. I believe that the porous asphalt will help in that regard overall. Otherwise, snow storage, if we get too much snow, the owner's going to have to be obligated to have contractor come in to remove it.
I think that's it for most of my end of it. You got a planning board member ready to roll?
I'll go, if that's okay, Nick.
Is that Robin?
It is, yes.
Go for it.
Great. So I just want to drill down a little further on parking spaces. I think that I know that there may be someone on the call here who's more familiar with sort of senior housing, but I can tell you from experience dealing where my mom lived in Old Orchard is the ADA spaces are very important. And baby boomers right now are still holding on to their cars. So they still want their cars. And so when you were a visitor, it was really hard to find a space. And so I guess what I'm getting at is you add in all the ADA constraints, you add in visitor spots, and you add in staff spots. And I think we need more parking spaces than is here. Or show us, where the ratios come from and the like. And I'm going to also say that, show us that too, with respect to the requested waiver on the parking lot aisle width. Please show us that 24 feet will work for you instead of 25 feet. This is just from experience, I guess, that I'm sharing this, and knowing that this is just a review. These are my sort of observations at this point. And then the last, I guess, two things before I talk about the main point that I'd like to see is, I think staff comments are right on the money when they say some additional street trees would be important, and that the cross section is needed, especially in that sort of, we'll call it action alley there going in, where there's going to be a lot of competing utilities and grades going on there. So the last thing I have to say, I hate to say it, Steve, but I don't know that porous pavement is the right idea here, because we can't use sand. We have to use just salt on porous pavement, or that was my last understanding when it comes to porous pavement, is that if with winter maintenance, the sand will actually fill the void spaces and it sort of short circuits the purpose of the porous pavement. And knowing that we're in the sort of threatened watersheds that we are, and knowing DEP's response about salt, I hate to say it, but you know, I'm not sure that porous pavement is the answer here. And so I'll just leave it at that. Just food for thought. Thank you so much. I think this is really important, though. I think, you know, having the senior housing is, I love having it down here at the Downs. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Robin. Great comments. Roger.
Just to piggyback on the parking situation, I'm a little bit familiar with parking for like a senior housing development, and a couple of questions. Are all the tenants, are they going to be assigned a parking spot?
No, we don't typically assign spaces.
What about guest parking?
So typically what we see is about 60 to 80% of our tenants in our senior housing actually have cars. And we typically build at one for every unit. And so that leaves a few spaces for guests or staff that are there.
Okay, that was another, I was going to ask actually another question to Penny. The developers, they have other properties like this?
Yes, we do.
And so they're familiar with the ratio of parking, how many guests, you know, how many residents actually have cars, and then typically how many guest spaces they may require as well.
Yeah, the 1-to-1 ratio, again, typically, you know, works really well for us. We don't ever have issues with the size of our parking lots for senior housing based on those ratios.
Okay. The place that I was familiar with is all the tenants had actually had an assigned space, and if somebody else was in their space, there was a problem, you know. And the guest parking was really, sometimes there was no room for any guests to park. So especially like over during the holiday or something like that, when they may have multiple guests arriving. But I guess I would tend to go with what your experience has been with these locations. I wanted to ask Steve, based on the plans, did you consider flipping the building so that your main entrance is actually on the Downs Road?
Not specifically, because we wanted to have it facing the parking lot. And so putting these buildings here, I know we did layouts that push the buildings back, but I think there was a general consensus that we wanted the parking lot behind the buildings and the buildings up near the road. And so that was how that evolved with the building per se. And Laura, I don't know if you want to add any more in regards to how that interior layout might get impacted by trying to put in that fourth hallway. It's going to certainly probably lengthen the buildings and then or otherwise decrease what are already relatively pretty modest sized units.
Yeah, it would certainly create inefficiencies with the building and add costs to this project. One thing that I'd just like to bring up is, really focusing on that access drive. We really don't want to treat it as a private driveway. We would really like to treat it more as sort of a side road that brings in that pedestrian activity that really is essential to this area. And I agree that that's important. But I think because of some of the site constraints and because of the building layouts, I think it could work well to have that be a more active, welcoming, pedestrian-friendly street with the street trees, maybe some benches to really activate that space.
Okay. I just did something with my screen and I just have a full screen of Laura. And I don't have anybody else now. I just touched the screen. And all of a sudden I lost all the panels. So I don't know how to get that back. If anybody can help me.
I could jump in, Roger. I think it's a button probably says speaker view and gallery view. Just toggle back and forth. That should fix it.
I don't see where that is. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go down here.
Roger, are you all set on your questions for the applicant?
Well, the only other thing I had is I just wanted to make a comment on the sidewalks. The sidewalk that staff commented on. I mean, I can see the rationale for the way it's designed because people coming out, assuming the main entrance remains in the rear of the building. I can see if people want to go to the bus stop, they're just going to go out the rear entrance. They're going to take a right, go out, and then they're going to head north. They're not going to take a left and go down, and then that's a further walk. So I can actually see the rationale for that. And I just have two other very quick questions. I'm not quite sure what a trench patch is. Can somebody explain that to me?
Sure, I can. We have some utilities out in the road that have to be extended into the site. So we're going to dig a trench. It might be, say, 6 feet wide to install the water main. And you see that in the driveway. We actually have a couple of different trenches there, which are in cross-hatched area. Can you see my cursor?
No, I can't. I don't have it. I've got my screen mixed up now.
Oh, okay. At least for the board members, we have 2 trenches that need to be excavated to install utilities. And what we've proposed is that we would go 20 feet beyond each side of the trenches and then all the way through from curb to curb for replacing the asphalt. That detail is basically the city of Portland standard. They're probably one of the few communities that has a full-blown trench restoration type standard for streets that are under moratorium. Normally, if somebody did a trench and put a pipe in the ground, they would just replace the trench. And we all complain 3 years later when it has a frost heave and it's a problem. In this case, what we're saying is that we would replace all the pavement for a much broader area of the road, curb to curb. So it should presumably look a lot neater and cleaner just because this road is recently constructed, has new pavement on it. Nobody really wants to start having these little trench caps that we're all accustomed to popping up when they put in gas lines or whatever. So this is our detail that this would be a pretty robust restoration of the road. So nobody really knew that we just cut into a new road and repaved it.
Okay. And the last question I have is probably directed to Dan. I thought the Downs Road was supposed to have all underground utilities. So why are there telephone utility poles and overhead wires right there?
Yeah, thanks, Roger. So like we presented with the master plans, there's 3-phase power that serves the different areas of the project and runs along runs along the Scarborough Downs Road from Route 1 and then also runs along Center Street and Innovation Way. So there's 3 main roads that would have overhead power only because it's 3-phase and it's incredibly expensive to install underground to meet CMP's requirements.
Okay, I'm sorry. So
Yeah.
you're gonna have it overhead on the Downs Road and Center Street.
Everywhere else, it's underground.
Everywhere else is gonna be underground. Okay, my mistake. Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Thanks, Roger. Rachel?
Yeah, folks, I agree with Nick on the need for a sidewalk going in front of, along the Downs Road in front of the first building. This development is going to be the first thing people see when they come into the Downs. And it seems to me very important that this complex sets the tone for the rest of the Downs. As you move further up the Scarborough Downs Road, you'll notice that the buildings there have their main entrances on the Downs Road. And I think we need your main entrance on the Downs Road, or an entrance. I understand that that may mean that you might have to eliminate one apartment in order to accommodate that, or you might have to figure out how to expand the footprint of the building so that you can get a pathway, perhaps, or a corridor from the entrance on the parking lot straight through and out to the Downs Road, but I think that's something that needs to be done. And that would then also mean that the sidewalk is extended down towards Route 1 to the point of the patio, because people will be coming out of that front door and they will be walking up to the bus stop to the north, and they will be walking down to the patio to the south. And they will have the ability to completely circle the building as a perhaps their stroll for the day. I think you've designed the apartments inside very well. I think the architecture works, but the buildings simply do not have a real connection to the streets. And that's something that's extremely important for the Downs, for all of the Downs development. So I know that that's going to create some difficulties for you, but I have full faith that you can figure out, and you have the creativity to come up with a way to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Jen or Rick Robin? Jen, go ahead.
First of all, I will also echo previous comment about the difficulty in the shape of this site. You have a large development program and a lot of things that you're trying to fit in here, and that would be difficult on a rectangular site. And this is definitely not that. So I just know that that has got to have been a challenge to this point. I also agree with several other comments that we've just heard in staff comments about engaging these buildings with the Scarborough Downs Road in a multitude of ways. I also agree that a sidewalk to the south is really important for consistency of this site and also its position within the overall development. It is a gateway, a gateway parcel into this, the entire program. And I do think that there's a lot to be said for prioritizing infrastructure that supports active living. And that's what sidewalks really do. And I liked Rachel's comment about, providing full circuity around the building, and that for some of these people that might be their that might be as far as they go, but that making one lap might be something enjoyable for them. So I hope that's a possibility. And again, looking at the interior layout of these buildings, which has obviously been thought through very carefully to this point, they're well laid out. I do agree that some sort of entrance facing the Scarborough Downs Road would be a real asset to these buildings, and again, sort of consistent with what we are already seeing along this road elsewhere and what we know is coming down the pipeline. If it's not possible, so actually back to the, I'm happy to hear about the switch in utilization of that space from a surface treatment. So I know that the bioswales are an important piece of the overall site, but I also feel like there are some trade-offs that can't be shifted around. For example, the way that those buildings are perceived from the street, you can't move that to the back of the building and achieve the same thing. So I look forward to seeing what those would look like with the trees in front. I think that'll be a real asset. I also wonder if the two terrace areas, I think you're referring to them on either end of each building. While a great amenity, it just kind of feels to me a little bit like something that's sort of parked to the outside for someone to kind of, to a space to go to instead of just an overall part of the site plan in general, and in particular, the terrace area to the north, which has now been kind of bisected from the building with this parking area. And so I just wonder if that might, what would that feel like to a resident to have to cross over that parking area to get to that fenced in and terraced area? I'm not sure that it doesn't feel super welcoming to me. And again, recognizing fully the remainder of the space constraints here. But so all of those things kind of put together as I've listened to other members of the board speak and listened to the presentation, what it feels like to me is that those spaces, there just wants to be a better relationship between the buildings and its residents and the street. So kind of like the front porch idea. If it's not possible to add an entrance from the building directly facing the street, I wonder if it might be possible to add a couple of outside access from a couple of those apartments, so that someone might be able to go out and sit on their own terrace or something like that, watching the street. That seems to me like it would be more consistent with kind of the intent of what we're seeing further up the street, and just kind of that transition area between big 3-4 story building wall and the pedestrian environment at the edge of the road. So not to, you have a very skilled team on board, not to, put words in your mouth or anything like that, but that was just kind of something that I was picturing as other people were talking. And other than that, I would also echo the staff comment about sort of a solid O&M plan if you are to stick with the porous pavement. And, as I was reading through that, one of the things that came to my mind was that, you may have agreements on board now that a particular property maintenance company might be familiar with what materials may or may not be used, but that if that's not, if that company changes or its management changes or whatever, just making sure that those T's are crossed and I's are dotted, because that treatment will really rely on accurate maintenance over time. Comments on parking, I think that's a tricky one. I generally feel like it's hard to argue if people can come forth with experience in your own development plan, and you are saying that you recognize this to be a number of ADA spaces that you find adequate for similar facilities in other areas. I don't really have a lot to argue against that, but I do think it's a valid point to be made that, you know, without the availability, so if visitor parking, for example, or staff parking or whatever it is tight on this site, there's really not a lot of other opportunity here. There's no on-street parking. There aren't other shared parking areas that might be available for that type of overflow or extra demand. So just something to think of, you know, you could always add, it would be easier to add in additional ADA spaces if you found that you needed them than it would be probably to remove signage and striping on an ADA space that was already put in up front if you deemed it not necessary. And other than that, I think there've just been a lot of other good comments, and look forward to seeing the next round.
Thanks, Jen. Have any other planning board members that wish to go? Robin? Sorry, I'm scrolling down up and down the screen, so keep your hand up for me as I look for. Okay, Rick.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, this is a challenging triangle for sure. And let me start with my comments about the parking because, yeah, the ADA, I think, you know, if you show what you've got, being that this is elderly, they're gonna adapt to whatever parking plan you put out there. I mean, they just will. But I think this is like the gateway into the Downs. This could say a statement. This could have some jazz to it. And the way your parking is laid out, it's so conducive to be putting in some carports that would be the amended feature for some of these residents. Believe it or not, you're gonna have to put car chargers in these because elderly people are exactly the demographics that an electric vehicle works for. They don't travel very far. They go to short trips. This is exactly where we could showcase, you know, the sustainability of the Downs, and it can really start to set a tone here. I kind of I know why you put these patio, you know, the big question here, where the heck are these people going to smoke? Because they're going to be smokers. And, you know, that's where they're going to gravitate to is these little areas, unless you put big signs, no smoking. And then if you make the interior of the apartments smoke free, then I kind of like Jen's idea facing the Downs Road, put some balconies in so that they could actually go out and enjoy the fresh air. And yes, you know, these baby boomers they're going to smoke and it's going to be tough. And I think you can add a little bit of character to these buildings with some sort of features on that downside, on the roadside there, and forego, you know, entry door or anything like that. I kind of understand that. And I know this is a phased kind of, well, you got two phases here. I'm just wondering if, again, that's going to be what people first see when they come in the Downs. And I can remember when, where O'Reilly's used to be, and we had the foundations there for a long, long time before anything got built. And you saw an elevator tower stick up in the middle. You know, that's going to have an effect on everybody's perception that comes into the Downs. So I would ask that you kind of give that some thought of, you know, how much of this foundation work are you going to do at the beginning so that, and I understand it makes sense when you're digging and lay the concrete and all that. But, you know, try to strike a good balance there. I looked at the layouts. You know, you have 2 washers and 3 dryers for 39 apartments on the 4th floor. That generally probably, well, that's going to be tight. Now, there's a business opportunity for downtown down in the put a laundromat, and that would get people to be able to go there. I don't know. But my experience with elderly folks, if they don't have a washer and dryer, they do it in their sink, and then the sink overflows, and then you got problems. And I saw that quite a bit in my prior life. Oh, one other thing on the parking, though, you probably are going to have to designate some sort of guest, because as society starts to take this demographics and everybody likes to age in place and age in their home, you're going to start getting these physical therapists in. You're going to get the medical people that can provide services. You're going to be I take it you're going to be an unlicensed facility, and therefore it's going to, you know, people are going to want some nursing service or some health services. So you're going to get that added volume. So, I mean, those are all things, you know, I'm sure you don't like to hear, but those are real realities. And I don't know if maybe we're trying to put too many round pegs in a triangle. Maybe it's just too big. I don't know. But you're gonna have those issues. Just to circle, to kind of keep this, we'll see this again, and I know you'll take some considerations in, but if you're gonna keep those terraces on the outside and looking at your photometrics, it's gonna be pretty dark. You might wanna consider some bollards or something like that around the perimeter to get some light in there. Keeping in mind that some of these residents will be in walkers. I mean, you're saying it's going to be elderly. I mean, you're going to have walkers and those kind of things that, and eyesights. So, you know, I don't like to add a lot of candle power, but you probably need a little bit of lighting on those terraces. Those are my initial thoughts. Let me make sure I'm not. Are these going to be metered separately? The apartments are going to be metered separately, or is it on just one general, probably medium service? Because if they're metered separately, I would urge you to consider something that's non-combustible as your heating and cooling system. I noticed you got natural gas in there. I don't know if you want to put natural gas stoves in for cooking. That's usually not the best combination in this kind of a congregate housing. But you could save some money by not even bringing natural gas into the property and use electricity for your heating and cooling. Those are generally my initial comments, but what a statement the Downs could be making if we put in some carports with some solar on top of those and help with your grid management, so you can use more electricity for your heating and cooling needs. And I'll leave it at that, Nick. It's getting late.
We're going to be on a 10 o'clock deadline, and I know we have our next item has actually been pushed off at least one other time. So would like to get to it. Is there any ground we haven't covered on the planning board side of this that somebody wants to chime in with? And please keep your hand up because I am scrolling through a pane to look for hands. So. All right. Steve, you feel like you have some direction and clarity that you'll need going forward?
I think so. I appreciate it. We'll take it in good guidance here, and I think the team has a few things to really look at. I'm not sure we'll come back with 100% of the items, but we hope we can come back with a nice compromise that seems to meet most of the objectives that the board has articulated tonight. So we appreciate that.
Jamel, are you all set as well? Do you have anything that needs clarified from the applicant as you move forward, or the board?
I think I'm good. I heard several board members comment on engaging with the street. So I think the applicant heard that. And I guess we'll look for the next round unless anyone else has comments.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. So we're going to move on to our last item of the evening. It's Kathleen Bailey requests a final subdivision review for 27 Ross Road, Assessors Map R86, Lot 1. Jamel.
All right, just getting it in time. Well done. So the applicant is proposing to build an 11-lot conventional residential subdivision with a paved public road. As a reminder, the board granted preliminary approval for the project back in July of 2019. The only remaining staff comment that we would like to note this evening is that the applicant continues to request a waiver for a sidewalk along Bailey Hill Road. The applicant's proposing to provide a 5-foot wide shoulder as a paved shoulder as an alternative treatment. Staff has continued to recommend that a sidewalk be provided along Bailey Hill Road to ensure a safer experience for pedestrians. So the board should be sure to discuss this element tonight. And then staff has provided a draft motion with conditions that we'll put up on the screen if the board gets there. Turn it back to you. You are muted, Nick.
Awesome. For the applicant, Travis, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. I don't know why you can't see my screen. Good evening. I'll be brief. I mean, I think we've pretty much addressed all of the town staff comments and peer review comments. The last item to discuss, I believe, is just the sidewalk. We believe that the 5-foot paved sidewalk, the shoulder, will be adequate for safety needs. I think it's a small enough development that there won't be a whole lot of foot traffic or a whole lot of vehicular traffic. There also is no open space with this subdivision, so there won't be any other members from the public sort of wandering onto the property. With that, I'll open up to comments from the board and answer any questions if you have anything.
Short and sweet to the point. Thank you very much, Travis. All right. I think I'll wade into the waters first again. I'm feeling frisky this evening, apparently. The sidewalk issue keeps coming up, and I do know that with some discussions with staff, we'll get some clarity on and some guidance out of this as our transportation committee works through some language for us to consider down the road. My personal opinion is that in a subdivision of this size with this many houses, I think a sidewalk's probably unnecessary, and a 5-foot paved shoulder is probably adequate for the uses described herein. I guess my one question would be, is there a reason? I'm pretty sure, actually, I just want clarity on it. Does it extend all the way down to Ross Road, Travis?
The 5-foot paved shoulder?
Yes.
Yes.
It does. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's my thought on that one. I'll let other members weigh in, because I don't really have a whole lot of other questions on this project outside of that. But as the applicant and staff has noted, we do need clarity on that before anything happens next. So if members can at least weigh in that one topic, we'll start with Rachel.
Yeah, I seem to be sometimes the sidewalk queen, but I do think in this case, it's a small enough development. I'm comfortable with the fact that there are now lights on the street, which creates at least some safety, which handles some of the safety issues of cars going up there while children are walking down. And I think the 5 feet of the paved, the trail, I not thrilled, but I think it works. I think the applicant has been very cooperative and has really made an effort to meet us in some of our concerns and has basically addressed everything but that. And I think I certainly am ready for a draft motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. I did skip a quick step here. There is an opportunity for public comment on this. If you are interested in commenting on this, please just use the raise my hand feature and I will allow you to speak to the board.
It's like Nick is frozen up again.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
You're
Nick,
muted,
you're
Nick.
muted.
Good Lord. It's getting late.
I think
Computer's
you've
tired
gotta
too.
move. You've got to move, Nick.
Tired, internet's tired. User's tired. Here we go. All right, Roger, could you weigh in for us?
I tend to agree with you, Nick, on the sidewalks, and so I won't go any further on that. I think everybody knows my feelings on the sidewalks.
Jen?
I have a question for the applicant about whether or not that paved shoulder is intended to be striped that way, or will it just be wider pavement?
I think we're proposing a stripe for that.
Okay. While functionally, I tend to agree with others that, you know, it may not, you know, it's not a long street. There's not a lot of units proposed to be here, but that our ordinance does require streets like this to have a sidewalk. So I sort of have a hard time deferring from that. I am curious about whether or not there's any intent to, I mean, there should be a notable cost difference in, or I'm curious about what the cost difference would be between paving a wider shoulder and putting in a full curbed sidewalk.
Not sure in the actual pavement costs or construction costs for that, but if we do add a curb, we'd have to add sort of a catch basin and drainage system, whereas we're just doing a grass swale for this design. So there would be additional costs for other infrastructure needed for stormwater.
Sure. I guess on this one, I tend to agree with staff. I have a hard time going against the ordinance here.
All right, Robin?
Yeah, I agree with Jennifer and staff that a sidewalk is needed here, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I think he's frozen again.
I'm back, I think. I'm sorry, Rick Meinking, did you weigh in?
Not yet. Well, both sides of the coin have good arguments, and I guess I'm going to go into the side that, given the location of where this subdivision is and the number of lots, the fact that you've added the Town and Country pole lights in here for safety, I could live with a striped 5-foot shoulder. And everything else is fine with me.
Rick DePerry?
You know, I usually don't, you know, I'm usually not the sidewalk police. And I tend to think that sometimes sidewalks aren't necessary. This is kind of a hard corner on this road. You know, I know it's a real short road, but without going into too much detail, I think that if the ordinance requires a sidewalk, and I know we've been letting some subdivisions go without them, and some subdivisions we've been requiring them. So I hate to make this applicant, you know, the first one that we hold the hard line on, but I will say that I tend to think that a sidewalk would be beneficial for this project on one side. I mean, people gonna be, he did add the lights though, so that helps a lot. If it was a dark corner, it would be worse. I think that we need to have a little group meeting or something and decide what we're gonna do on sidewalks. So I'll leave it at that. The rest of it looks great. The rest of the subdivision looks great, and I appreciate the applicant's consideration and you know, working with us on this one.
Thanks, Rick. Jamel, or can you just clarify whether or not the sidewalk is required per ordinance, or could you clarify the language used for this?
You want to go, Angela, or you want me to go?
I was gonna, while he's, I guess, thinking about that or looking it up, I guess I was gonna ask if I can through the chair. When you're talking about lighting, maybe Travis can clarify how many lights on that curve? Is it one light in the center of that curve or multiple lights? Because you said lights in there. I just want to clarify where those might be placed.
I believe we just have one light at the center.
Probably near that hydrant, right? Can you guys see my? Okay, so there is one light.
Yes, yes.
Oh. And can you see where it is?
What's that, Angela?
Yes.
I didn't know if you could see. Okay.
And just to answer the ordinance question, the street acceptance ordinance does require a sidewalk for a street like this, as proposed. And then the subdivision ordinance does have expectations of pedestrian friendly design. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. By my semi-official count, I think I saw that the majority of the voting 5-member board wanted a sidewalk. Is it safe to assume that a single sidewalk instead of on both sides is adequate?
I'd be okay with a single sidewalk, but with just the one light, I think we do need a sidewalk.
I get any nodding heads from the rest of the group here? One sidewalk? Okay.
If we added more lights, would that change anybody's mind or?
I think, I mean, my head count was at least 3 voting members believe a sidewalk is necessary here. I think you gotta stick with the ordinance on that. So, all right. So I don't see any other, questions unless I'm missing something. Any other members of the board? Roger.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Angela a question. At the last Transportation Committee meeting with Jay there, we were talking about sidewalks in areas such as this. And did we settle on anything? I mean, I look at this situation, who's going to follow this sidewalk in the wintertime?
I think, and maybe Jen was also there, maybe she can elaborate, but my recollection is the conversation the Transportation Committee is going towards that putting sidewalks maybe where, yes, it's more utilized, but that all of the residents in town can utilize. And that's where we get into some other residents, as you mentioned, other subdivisions. You mentioned the planning board has, I think Rick Perry had mentioned that we haven't required them to put a sidewalk in, but they paid towards the multimodal account. So that sidewalk money was sitting there in order to be utilized, say, around the municipal campus or where more residents would be able to utilize those. So that was the conversation that the direction of the transportation, it sounded like it was the committee was heading. We just hadn't got to the policy piece of it. So it wasn't necessarily saying no sidewalks here. It was, let's put them where it be utilized and kind of moving that money into that account was set up, you know, for multiple reasons and that benefit.
Yeah, and I'll just,
Okay.
I'll jump into here just to, I know that was, we've had 2 discussions, I think, with the Transportation Committee about drafting the policy. Actually, we had initial conversation, then we did draft a preliminary document. And we wanted to have a follow-up conversation to help really provide guidance for the planning board on these type of questions, but we haven't yet developed that policy. So unfortunately, I don't think that document is going to provide much guidance because it hasn't been fully vetted by the Transportation Committee or yet by the planning board. But I think Angela's, given a good description as to where the conversation has gone thus far. But so at this point, I think, the board is still left a little bit with trying to determine what the best case is on a case-by-case scenario. Keeping in mind that the board isn't a precedent-setting board, that, each application needs to stand on its own merits, and the board decides based on the characteristics of each project as they are before you.
Thanks, Jay.
See, I see this, I mean, this is a sidewalk that goes to nowhere because there's no sidewalk on Ross Road. And I see a maintenance problem in the wintertime. Who's going to plow it? So people would be walking on the street if they're inclined to want to walk anywhere. I don't know. This aggravates me, these things, these questions like this.
So if I just want to kind of refocus this. So I think for the applicant's sake, I think for maybe the planning board comment section of this agenda, we could do a quick, venting on how we need a better sidewalk consistency policy in the town. But as far as this applicant goes, I'd like to kind of try to tie up this and let them on their way. Are there any, and I'm going to ask the applicant this, are there any other conditions that you're concerned about if we go to a motion for approval here? There are a couple other things in there like split rail fence and some other items that staff had in their comments. Are those all something you guys are willing to tackle?
Those are all acceptable, yes.
Okay. Any other planning board feedback before I read a motion?
Has the applicant entertained the idea of paying into the multimodal fee in lieu of the sidewalk construction?
That would be a consideration. Yeah, I think that would be something that we would look at.
All right. So as far as the motion goes, it currently states that a sidewalk be built along the entirety of Bailey Hill Road. Would the planning board be comfortable with language in there saying a sidewalk be built on Bailey Hill Road or a comparable contribution to the town's multimodal account? Language such as that, so the applicant has some flexibility. I have some nodding. I'm sorry, you have to nod your heads longer. Oh, thank you. Is that
Make sure we
something?
get that 5-foot shoulder though.
Yeah, I think for planning board, I think you probably should choose one or the other. I think that's a little clearer for staff.
Okay.
Unless other
Fair
staff
enough.
agrees. So.
All right, well then I'll wade into these waters. So here's my thing. Here's my feeling on this, which is either the sidewalk is such a great idea that it should really be installed, or it's not. And throwing an equivalent amount of money into a sidewalk somewhere else in town, I think it's contradictory. Either you feel the sidewalk should be there or shouldn't. And that's just my 2 cents. I don't know how you can, with a straight face, say, I'd rather have the money and I can put it somewhere else in town, but we're still requiring you to build this, you don't need the sidewalk now. I think that's kind of, I don't like that. I don't like that message, that sense.
Let's go with the sidewalk, Nick.
I mean, I'm just saying, if we're into the position of requiring a sidewalk, or ordinance is requiring a sidewalk, and I know we've shown flexibility in the past, I want to get into a more consistent approach with this. Either it makes sense to put sidewalks in some of these locations, or it doesn't. If it doesn't, it just doesn't. And that's my 2 cents. But
I tend to agree with you, Rick. Sorry, Nick. And not to make it even more confusing, but my concern is that it's a corner and it's a dark road. I think the applicant mentioned at one point, would it be okay if he added 2 more lights, one at the beginning of the road, one at the end, so the whole road was lit? Like I said, not to confuse things, but I'm concerned about safety, and to me, the sidewalk provides safety, but I'm also willing to compromise somewhat if that same degree of safety can be achieved in a different manner for this road, because it is a short road. So for my 2 cents to make it more confusing, I would potentially agree to forego the sidewalk if he could add a couple of lights.
I've and Rick, I certainly personally appreciate the thinking outside of the box and trying to get to a solution. I really do appreciate it, but I got to be honest with myself. There's a lot of times I sit up as chair and beat the drum of, we need to follow these ordinances and uphold them. That's what our job is. So if I'm going to beat that drum on every other topic, I got to stick, even though I hate the idea of a sidewalk going in on a dead end street with like 12 houses, it's killing me inside, but I can't in a straight face tell other applicants we follow ordinances and then let this off. So I'm in the sidewalk camp now.
Okay, you're a good man.
Rachel,
Yes, sidewalk.
Jen,
Yes, I think we should stick with the ordinance.
Roger,
I'll stick with my principles. No.
who did I miss? I saw Robin nodding, but I don't know if I heard from her.
Sidewalk, ordinance, follow the ordinance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. I think that should give the applicant clarity and staff as well. So with that, I have a motion. I move to approve the project titled Bailey Hill Subdivision proposed by Kathleen Bailey as depicted on the plan set prepared by Northeast Civil Solutions dated 3/31/20 with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. The applicant is proposing 11-lot conventional residential subdivision at 27 Ross Road. Subdivision is located within the residential R2 zoning district and is further identified on the town of Scarborough tax maps as map R86 Lot 1. The planning board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the subdivision adequately addresses the requirements of the subdivision and zoning ordinances. Waivers: 1, permit the requested road width of 22 feet instead of 24 feet. Conditions: 1, prior to the board signing the final subdivision plan, the plan set shall be revised to include A, a sidewalk along the entirety of Bailey Hill Road and associated details. B, an extension of the proposed split rail fence along the upland edge of the wetlands located on lots 1 and 2 to the property lines. C, a signed professional land surveyor stamp. D, address the remaining staff review comments in the memo dated 4/21/20. E, address the remaining review comments in Woodard and Curran's memo dated 4/10/20. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to the release of the signed final subdivision plan, the applicant shall A, execute and record the maintenance agreement as required by the post-construction stormwater management ordinance. B, secure the required performance guarantee with the town engineer. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay the traffic impact fees, B, remove the land required to be taken out of the farmland protection program and pay the necessary fees, C, pay the recreation contribution fees. 4, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. That is the motion. I have a second from Rachel. Do we have? All right, seeing none, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Robin Saunders,
Yes.
Nick McGee, yes. All right, I show that as unanimous. Thank you, applicant,
Thank you.
for your
Thank you.
time, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your evening. All right. That is the last order of business we'll be taking up this evening. Before I make a motion to continue this onto Thursday night, I do just want to take a second and insert a little section here for some planning board comments, because I think we kind of ended on what is really going to be, I think going forward, we just need clarity on that subject, don't we? I mean, sidewalks are killing us. I mean,
I don't think it's clarity. I think we need to, if staff is pointing out that we need to uphold an ordinance, I think we should uphold an ordinance and also support staff, because it's sending a really bad message to applicants if we don't. And I know we talked about principles, but if, you know, these are transportation principles. And so I guess, you know, I'm with you, Nick. I think that was a really bad way to end a meeting. And I think that, you know, just those two principles, applying the ordinance consistently and supporting staff. Otherwise, every applicant is going to say, oh, we don't want to apply the ordinance and go with staff. So let's take it to the planning board and see what they say. I think it's just a dangerous water to be in.
Well, I think also, I think you have to understand too, there are actually sections of the zoning that places the requirement of a sidewalk in our laps that I think need to get tidied up, because even then we'll end up in a situation where it's, well, they recommend you do something to address pedestrians, but they don't actually require flat out the sidewalk. And then we end up in the same debate again as to whether or not pedestrian access really means sidewalks in a certain area. And that it just leaves it unclear, and we end up in the same debate. So I look forward to getting clarity one way or another throughout, kind of some uniformity if we can, throughout town on something like this. I mean, I'll just point out to you, I mean, I drive down Eastern Road almost daily. There's no sidewalks there. And I gotta tell you, that gets way more cars than that little dead end neighborhood's ever gonna see. And it's connected to other parts of town where that one really isn't. So you gotta take a 30,000 foot view with this too.
Yeah, and we're also talking about a development, like a first development into Ross Road. Isn't there more potential for more development to come? So, and if there isn't, I apologize, but you know, I feel like we're asking people at the Downs to think about 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when just because there's 12 houses on a development now, doesn't mean that that road is going to connect to another development where there's another 12 houses and then another 12 houses. And then we really do need a sidewalk. So I think, you know, I think we do need to again, come on the side of an ordinance, be consistent, and support staff.
We did have some really good conversation around this on the transportation committee, I will say, or I thought it was good. And, you know, again, supporting our staff, I have full, our staff who has been very busy and transitioning to working in a very different way, have full faith that they'll wrap that up again. The transportation committee hasn't met I think we deferred a meeting because of current situation, something like that. Anyway, so there's just, all I'm trying to say is that there's definitely the opportunity to sort of revamp this conversation, in my opinion, and kind of summarize it neatly in a way that would be helpful for the board. I think that this is a perfect opportunity to kind of dig in a little bit deeper with our complete streets policy and how that and our ordinance should best fit together in combination with the multimodal account and some other initiatives that we have going on in town. So not to get too much into it, but I'm hopeful that with that future clarity, decisions like this one and the others that will come in just like this one again, because this is very much the type of development that this part of Scarborough, I think, is, we should expect to continue to see this, and to have a good kind of clearer path forward will be very helpful.
Yeah, and I do think to your point, if I remember right, it was because the last month has felt like a year. I think it was in February, the last we had the draft sort of the second conversation with Transportation Committee. I think we were hoping to sort of put a bow on it from the Transportation Committee perspective, probably in March, and have it be part of a conversation for the planning board this spring. So we're obviously now, we can push that timeline probably another month or two, just given everything going on. But that is progressing, and hopefully that will help, help a little bit in these discussions.
Thanks, Jay.
I'm sitting here kind of seething over the comments implying that because of the way I feel about sidewalks, I don't support staff. And I kind of resent that. So I just want to get that out.
Well, yeah, I would say I don't think that having an opinion different is not supportive of staff. I think staff would freely acknowledge that we do our best here. And on occasion, Jay will acknowledge they serve at the pleasure of the board. So I think it's not, it's not the tail wagging the dog, or the dog, always wagging the tail. I think there's a relationship formed. There's a deep amount of trust that we place as board members in our staff. And not only that, their expertise and knowledge of all of the ordinance we deal with on a regular basis. And they're irreplaceable. Acknowledge that flat out. They just know what they're doing. And we're really lucky to be supported by a team like that. At the same time, we as board members are appointed here to kind of make these hard decisions once in a while. So it's both. I mean, I think you take some wins, you take some losses, and then you move on. And this is a really good team of people. And I think we handle some of these tough issues really well. What I don't like seeing is us keep circling back to the same issues. That's frustrating. And that's why I think the emphasis on trying to get some clarity around this is really going to help us. And I think that's fine. We'll be patient and we'll hopefully get this right. And maybe we'll, as a cohesive board, never see the fruition of it out to play, but the people behind us might want to thank us later or coming after us, because if we can solve that one, it's going to save them some conversation time too. So, but I appreciate what everyone does here. I really do. And it's okay to have different opinions. Rachel.
Yeah, I'm very happy to have the whole sidewalk issue handled with a lot more clarity. I will also point out that there's been 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years when I've been the only one pushing for a sidewalk, or one of the few pushing for a sidewalk, and other folks have said, no, we don't need it there. So we as board do have to exercise our judgments. And tonight the split was a little different than it usually is around the sidewalks. So clarity on the sidewalk issue, I think we really do need, and I'm glad it's moving forward. I think I'm just about done here with this meeting. It's taken a long time. I wanted to let Rick Meinking know that I have laundry in the sink that I need to go and get out of it.
See, it's true.
And also, luckily, I'm not a boomer because I'm in the generation before the boomers. So any comments that were made about boomers are just fine. That's my husband, not me. So thank you all for your for the work that you do and the work that we do together, because we are a good team. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. And just on a quick technical note on my end, if I kill the video and I get a little warning that says my internet connection's unstable. And if I kill my video feed, all of a sudden it seems to save me from being completely booted. So I'll probably come in and out of meetings similar to this. As long as my audio's going, you know, I'm still here, but I'm trying my best. It's a little hard. But thank you all. I will make a formal motion to continue this meeting until Thursday, April 23rd at 6 p.m. A second. Any discussion? Roger Beely.
What?
We got to do roll call on all votes.
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Robin Saunders,
Yes.
Nick McGee. Yes. Good night, folks. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Good night.
All right.
Well done.
See you later.
Bye.